evening, everybody. Welcome to the January 18, 2016 meeting of the Weare Board of Selectmen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we started at 6:30 with a non-public to discuss some personnel matters, and now I ask everybody to join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. We're going to skip public comment. Just kidding. I thought I'd get some looks. Public comment. Floor's open.
You talking to me?
No.
Okay, my hearing is not the best, so if you're looking at me, I thought you were talking to me.
I was looking behind you, actually.
Okay.
Floor's open.
Seeing that there isn't any?
Yeah.
Well, trying to be cross. I wasn't looking yet. Good evening. My name is Richard Butt. Is the agenda still holding?
Most of it.
Well, I was wondering about the swearing in.
No.
No.
Is that, okay. I just have a question about outstanding lawsuits. Have any of them been settled?
I'm not sure.
I don't know if you want me to name them all. There were about four outstanding lawsuits against the, three outstanding lawsuits against the police.
I don't think they've been settled, no.
This was in relation to the swearing in. I guess I'll go ahead with it anyway. But there was a complaint filed with the New Hampshire Department of Labor Relations Board, Employee Labor Relations Board back in June, by the police union on behalf of Frank Jones. And basically it was an unfair labor practice. There were conditions listed in that, according to the document, that the union would. And one of them was to briefly make Mr. Jones whole, which would have been back pay and any other benefits due to him. And the other condition was to hire Mr. Jones as we used to call them permanent part-time employees, but I guess they're now permanent employees working 32 hours a week. Has that been, I believe that was a decision based on arbitration.
Correct.
Has that been settled? Have those conditions been satisfied?
The first part, I think so, I believe so. The second part, we're trying.
Okay. I'll swallow my cough. The first part, is the town paying for that?
Town, or is it Primex?
Oh, they were wages.
Yeah, they were wages.
Yeah.
We paid that.
And how much was that?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I could find out for you.
Well, can we poll the board? Maybe somebody on the board or town administrator knows.
Anybody remember how much that was?
I would be guessing. I know what the net was. I don't remember what the other was. I don't remember what the gross was. I remember what the net was because I got a copy
That's
of the check.
fine. If you'd allow that.
About $9,000.
$9,000.
That was the net.
That was the net.
Yeah.
And you're still working out the details or trying to work out something in terms of the hiring, is that?
As you saw on the agenda, yes.
Okay, so it's not going to be done tonight then?
No.
Okay, thanks.
John Lawton. This is just a question that I never got answered when I was on the board. I know we put in for a grant for the improvement for the tennis courts. Do you know if that ever got accepted, or where does that
I
stand
think
today?
it's right now at the Mildred Hall.
The grant didn't. We got a no thank you letter.
Got a thank you, but no.
We got a thank you but no thank you letter from the grant. The grant did not go through.
Okay.
Frank Campana. I'd like to comment, and as much as you can answer, I would appreciate. It's a comment that I delayed from a couple of times ago that I was up here. January 11th, this month, from the Concord Monitor, so we know it has to be accurate. The police abuse suit set for trial. I'm not gonna comment on the suit, but within the article, it says, one of the arresting officers of this suit, and this goes back to a couple of years ago, Kim McSweeney. She was one of the arresting officers at the time. She resigned last month, and she was probably one of the missing when I asked for how many slots there are, not filled in the police department. So it's in here in the public, so I don't have any reservations about, secrecy, non-public. But she resigned, and it indicated that the reason she resigned, there was some action threatened against her, I guess. But more important, is involving it says for possible criminal charges involving a cruiser accident. I would like you to tell me as much as possible about the cruiser accident. It's my tax money, it's my car, well, everybody collectively, of course.
You get a hubcap.
Pardon me?
Said you get a hubcap.
That much?
Yeah.
Well,
More than that,
if it's
yeah.
one of the old cruisers, it's probably an antique and it might be worth something. But seriously, I would like to know as much as possible about the cruiser wreck. And was it the only car involved? Was it a single car accident?
I'm at a loss, Frank, as to how much really we can tell you. I mean, you can say anything you want in the public comment, and
Yeah.
that's fine. Anything you read in the paper or anything. As far as answering your question,
Okay.
I don't want to overstep and say what it is I can't say.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Let me give you a little bit of a laundry list. Is the article accurate? Was there a cruiser wreck?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a single car cruiser wreck?
Yes.
While on duty? I don't know
Yes.
if the person, and when I say that, I don't know if that person was allowed to take a cruiser home,
It was on duty.
was on duty. And what's the status of the cruiser?
I don't have that information.
Well, somebody here does. Guarantee you that. And if that person doesn't, then, we put our trust in that person. So,
Frank, just check behind you.
pardon me?
Just check behind you. I
Yeah.
think you'll get
Well,
your
and honestly, I mean, I don't have any reservations about him behind me either. So.
No. I mean, ask
I don't
the
think that's
chief.
what Tom meant.
Ask the chief.
Pardon me?
I have your answers.
Okay.
I didn't mean it to be intimidating. I just
Was
meant
it-
he would have the answer for you.
Well, so was it right? Was it a newer car, an older car? Is it repairable? That's, I would like to know that. Again, I always have to read things in the paper, and, that's my new kick. I don't like to do that. I mean, I'm sure you did it in non-public, discussed it. But I'd like some of those answers.
I think you'll get some. Sean, if you don't mind, you
Do now or during department head?
can do it now.
Mr. Chairman, with regard to the crash, it was a single vehicle crash on the grounds of the Weare Police Station. The car was being driven by Kimberly McSweeney. There was a single passenger in the car, also a police officer. The car struck a guardrail at the rear of the building, and it was fairly substantially damaged, to the tune of about $2,500 plus damage. That car is currently being stored, graciously stored down at Public Works frankly, out of the public eye because it's ugly. And I'm not scheduling it for repair because, quite frankly, if the warrant goes forward in March, as we have planned and hoped for, it seemed to me that we'd be chasing poor money down the hole. So while we currently are a bit understaffed, it seemed to make sense to me to delay the repair.
Thank you.
It is one of the older Crown Vics.
That's
Correct.
somewhat redundant, sir. They're all older. It's car 7, and
But
I'm not
it's
sure.
one of the Crown Victorias, not one of the newer.
Pardon me?
It-
I
it-
love,
Okay, it's not the Expedition, it's not the
Right.
Explorer,
Right.
it's one of these.
I think that, most important to me was single car and which vehicle and repairability.
It would be repairable, Frank, but it just,
No,
right now, it doesn't make
I
sense to do
understand.
that.
I absolutely understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All set? Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. Department head committee items. We'll start with an appointment of a cable committee full member, Bernard Bond. So I ask you to.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm assuming you recognize some faces in the room here.
A few. My hearing is not the best, though, and your sound system here is not good. So bear with me, okay?
Sure.
Okay.
So, what brought you to the cable committee?
I seen it advertised on Channel 6 that they were looking for volunteers. I've been in the town 37 years. I'm fully retired now. I worked the past 15 years in retirement as a security officer in Manchester, taking care of a bank, and I want to give back to the town if I can, whatever I can do for the cable committee. In my working life, I was a licensed master electrician. Maybe that may help. I don't know, but I'm willing to learn whatever they need, whatever I can do, I'm willing to help.
Been to any of their meetings?
I attended the last meeting, and I plan on attending the meeting tomorrow, yes. Everyone after that. Good weather permitting, of course.
I heard it's gonna be cold, but I don't think.
But cold, I'm okay with. That much, no, I'm not.
Anybody else have any questions?
I'm all set.
Okay. Well, thank you for stepping forward.
Welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Entertain
Not
a
yet.
motion?
I'll make the motion that we accept Bernard Bond as a full member of the cable committee.
I'll second it. Length of the term?
3 years.
3 years.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Enjoy your meeting tomorrow.
The public hearing doesn't start till 7:30.
Doesn't start till 7:30, okay.
You can go
so
down the
we can go to
agenda.
minutes.
Did you do your minute? Oh, is there other department heads though, actually?
I didn't see any on here.
Well, they might be.
Yeah.
Tim's got,
Do you have anything under department head?
Do you want that
Yeah, I guess I do.
schedule?
loader?
Yeah. Oh, no, that was part of the CIP.
Oh, okay, whatever.
Fish on everything.
I was prepared to do that when you talk about the warrant.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
That's fine.
Chief Vazina, you have anything?
No.
Chief Kelly, you have anything under department heads?
Nothing new.
Nothing new. All right. That was easy. Well done.
Do you schedule?
If you want to, hop up there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim Redmond for the Public Works. I just wanted to let you know that I sent Naomi a proposed schedule, I thought, for the advertising of my position. I don't know if you received copies of that or not. I would like to have a completion date of April the 15th, if possible. So with the schedule that I put forward, it requires to complete the review of the job description and then have the board agree with the language. And then I had the position advertised as early as this Sunday, which would allow for about 3 weeks for collection of applications and a month for interviews and then an appropriate time for
offering. So I don't know if you want to stick to that schedule or not.
Schedule looked reasonable, unless we were short in applicants or
Well, I don't know, did
any
you
other
have a chance to
snags along
review
the way.
did you have a chance to review the wording in the job description?
I haven't.
So I guess that'll make it another week out, at least.
Well, it gets sent to everybody. I'm not sure if others have. Keith might not have just had a chance to. You guys didn't have a chance to?
And briefly skimmed.
Well, if there's anything else that you want me to I try didn't see to, any problems with it.
Yeah, we had changed it back when we hired Tim. That's why the draft word's still on there, which is what I sent you guys.
I just had, if there's anything else you want me to do to assist, I'm, obviously willing to help. I just haven't been told anything yet, so with no direction, I can't do anything.
How about hanging around another 5 years?
That'd be a great idea. Thanks.
That'd be a big help.
Tim?
Okay, we'll go to minutes. Everybody get a chance to review the minutes? Want to start?
I didn't have anything on page 1.
Okay, I did. The fourth paragraph after the revaluation, I just want to clarify that it was property assessment card. And then the next sentence, just capitalize town. That happens a couple of places. And then clarify who Diane Frechette is. It just says Diane Frechette is a real estate appraiser. And I want to insert for the Department of Revenue Administration.
First line.
Okay.
You have to know what DRA is.
Yeah,
You just expand that out.
sure. Okay, page 2.
First paragraph at the end of the fourth line, I just added the word on to make it a deck. For example, the deck is not there, but a building permit was on file. A correction would be made. And then the next paragraph, I think that, I guess it could go either way, but I put a question mark after farm at the end of the first paragraph because she's got several questions within the statement. And then down under department head and committee items, 1, 2, 3, third paragraph down, third line, it says is now allowed. It should say is not allowed. Under that 1992 proposal that was not signed that said shooting on town property is not allowed.
Sure, yep.
Then 2 paragraphs down, didn't we say 100,000?
That's what I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did.
That's all I have on that page.
I had a capitalized T in the town on the first line, and then after 1992, I wanted to say, if this passes, would it undo the 1992 prohibition on shooting on town property? A lot of things happened in 92. We didn't undo them all. Anybody else have anything? Page 3.
I have a couple of items, and about 2/3 of the way down, the paragraph that starts with Town Administrator Bolton. fourth line, it protects the town because if houses are allowed to be built, I crossed out a pond, without a bond, residents move in and the contractor, add OR, not the contract leaves, but the contractor leaves. Those are the only things I had on that page.
Okay. Anyone else? Page 4.
Just that one.
The second paragraph under vote, to approve the removal, not to removal. And then I thought the second part there sounded awkward, like we were gonna make a 450 wide. So, I think it clarifies it, in order to widen the road up to 450 feet from the Class 5 portion, so I just inserted the word "for." To me, if you're widening it 450 feet, it sounds like you got a 450-foot wide road.
Yep. I just wanted to clarify ROW and write it out to right of way.
And in the last paragraph, I believe in the memo that we got from Tim, it didn't say April 1st, it said the first week of April as a suggested time. So I just took off the 1 on the April 1st and inserted the first week of.
He just did.
Yeah, no, but I thought the first one was here for
Right.
What's that?
The 15th.
that. The 15th.
It's the first, yeah,
15th is the second week of April.
correct. I said he wants to stay worst case through April 15th.
But the memos,
It's fine. Okay.
that's all I had.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the minutes of January 11th as amended.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, close enough to 7:30.
Sure.
So we'll open the public hearing for the purpose of hearing public testimony and comment on the proposal of bonding $1,360,000 for the cost of constructing a new public works garage at the current location of 224 Middle Road. So the floor is open for public comment for the public work garage bond.
I don't know if you want the committee to talk about it at all.
Steve, you wanna start?
Do you want to talk about it
Being
at all?
the chairman of the committee?
Okay.
We'll find out.
I can just, I think the public should know that there was a committee. I think we had 8 people, and it was pretty broad representation of groups in town. We had a Board of Firewoods committee chairman on it. We had no, you're the Board of Firewoods committee chairman, okay? Right? That's you.
Sorry.
Okay, the chairman of the finance committee was on it. We had a planning board member, select person on it. Who am I missing? Several other citizens as well. So it was a pretty broad representation of the leadership in the town. And this, Historical Society president as well. And then 3 other members besides who I mentioned, as well as Tim Redmond. So that group met numerous times. We visited a facility in the town of Newberry, which we really liked. We visited one in Sutton, which we didn't like as much because it was a low-built construction. And really wouldn't serve the purpose here. We visited the building that's being constructed, not as a committee, but as individuals. The one is being constructed in Henniker at this time. And, you know, after all of that, and much work on the part of certain committee members to gather figures, came up with the bond warrant article as you see it.
Anybody have any comment on that?
Yeah, could you give us a rough estimate, is there any difference in what was proposed in the last year or two? I mean, as far as the physical structure goes?
Should go to the
number
microphone.
of days, size,
Nobody can hear him at home.
I know. So the question was, because John didn't want to come to the mic, I'll say it, I'll repeat it, asking if there's physical differences in the design of the building from the one that was proposed 2 years ago.
The building last time we proposed was 180 feet long by 80 feet wide, and I believe the committee settled on 140 by 80 this time, so the building size was physically reduced by 40 feet. Made it a little tighter on the inside, but at $105 a square foot for construction costs, it did reduce the total bond amount. Tom, I have, the town treasurer, Ann, provided me with municipal bond bank information. I don't know if anybody else got it
We have
besides
it
me.
too. Yep.
Okay, but so if you didn't mention it, I just want to make sure you know that I had it on 10, 15, and 20-year bond proposals.
The board, at a previous meeting, or I don't know if it was last meeting or the one before that, elected to propose a 10-year bond. And we will be retiring 2 other bonds over the next, well, one was retired in 2015, and the final one will be retired in 2016. If you look at the amount paid out in the principal and interest on those 2 bonds in 2015, a payment on this, which wouldn't become due until 2017, would have a difference in tax rate of, I believe, around 6 cents, or $12 a year on a tax bill. That would be for a $200,000 house.
From what I just heard from Tim, this does open some more questions in my mind as to the proposal. As I understood it back when I was on the board, the original proposal was for a building roughly the size I think he's proposing now. And then that failed, and the next year they came back with a building, I think, larger than that, probably the 180-foot building. And the reason for that was to accommodate all vehicles inside. So I guess my question is, by going to 140 feet, are we going to be able to accommodate any vehicle inside that building?
To answer John's question, the committee, Steve and the committee, they actually did some square footage calculations based on the footprint of each of the vehicle. They made, actually made little cardboard cutouts, and they arranged them in the garage. They are very tight, but they do fit.
That including one grader also?
Yes, it does. There are 2 pieces that have to stay outside. The backhoe and the skid steer weren't fitting in at this point.
Does that give you the, you were talking about before you had a wash area with a separate drainage for that and so forth and so on. Is that all included in the new building?
That is included in the new proposal. The old proposal and the new proposal are basically the same interior components, the difference being 40 feet shorter to reduce the bond issue. It does make it a tighter fit, but it is tight, but it will work. As long as they're in and they're out of the weather, that was our goal. So one of the things the committee did speak about is if the bond article passes, that they would not include a foundation on the rear of the building, the end wall facing the back of the property. So then in time, should the town decide they want to expand the building at a future date, the concrete wall would not be in the way. They could just physically move the gable end out and add trusses and make the building larger. So they did take all that into consideration, John.
Paul, I noticed the cost of this proposal, even though it's a smaller building, seems to be higher. It's 1.3. I think we were talking less than that before. Is that because we're including more features into this building? We probably including fire suppression, and what else would be the check?
John, the cost of inflation on the cost of construction is about 5% a year for the last few years, and it's still holding, yeah.
May I?
But to answer your question, the fire suppression system is included in this proposal. What was the number, Steve? It was somewhere around 200.
Would you like me to speak on that?
Please.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I wasn't trying to avoid it from before, but I thought, I scanned the room and I thought everybody had been to our budget presentation, except Mr. Lawton, so. When we started, it was with the, my name is Steve Roberts and I'm on the Highway Garage Committee. And when we started with the committee, we tried to kind of start over and first of all figure out what our needs are. And so we actually looked at a bigger building at first that, as Tim said, we could fit everything inside. And then once we got into more of the costs, once we thought about what we wanted, and then we considered the costs, we felt it was too high. So we backed up and said, what do we have to fit in the building as far as if there's a snowstorm, for the plowed vehicles with sanders, et cetera, the things that would have to be warm and ready to go. And as Tim said, it's tight, but it'll fit. And so we felt that that was affordable for the town. And we feel that what we're proposing is a good project. It would be a design-build project, so different ideas, you know, for the exact plans, we have a general idea of what we'll end up with, but the square footage would be in that area. And what was your last question? I forgot.
Fire suppression?
Oh, yes, fire suppression. One of the things I remember, I believe it was the 2013 proposal that, or it could have been the 14, where it was amended on the floor of town meeting for $20,000 to put a sprinkler system in. And frankly, that doesn't even come close to it. So one of the issues that we have is the site down there has no municipal water. So sprinkler system, not only do we have to put the system in the building, but we also have to have a cistern to put water in. You'd have to have a fire protection engineer sign off and say it was okay to use a pond, and it'd be very difficult to get approval for a pond at that site on these days. So a cistern is what pretty much is gonna be required. And so we had that not engineered, but had a budget price done for us by a reputable sprinkler company. And so we have to have a 30,000 gallon cistern, a pump that'll drive the pump in case there's a fire to supply the system, the pipe going to the building, and then the piping inside the building for the actual sprinkler system. So the cost of the cistern and the pump adds $106,000, and that doesn't count the piping that's inside the building. That is included in the outside site work. The building itself, we included in the square footage of the construction price. So that part of it was included, but the cistern and the pump were included in the price for the outside work. So that might be one of the reasons why the figures are different from what they were before, plus the increased cost of construction. We also have to have things like a ventilation system in there, which I'm not sure if that was included in previous years. But they have to, by law now, we have to have CO monitors, and if the CO goes up to a certain level in the building, then exhaust systems have to come on and evacuate that, so that's an added cost.
Steve, can I ask you a question? Just
Sure.
on the fire suppression system, that's water you're talking.
Yes.
Did you look at something like CO2 or some other type of fire suppression system in water?
We briefly talked about that. I don't know if the fire chief would have anything to add, but that's about the best, most economical form of suppression system that we thought would be good in this building.
Usually water won't put out gasoline or oil. Liquid fire, I mean, if you do it right and you get enough of it, you can put it out, but I don't know if the sprinkler system will put it out if we have truck fire starting. That's why I was thinking of some other type, type B or C, type fire suppression versus the type A.
Well, it would, it should hold the fire and hopefully we can, get the responders down there, but also included that as an alarm system too, which would immediately dispatch the fire department for that. We're also looking at burglar system alarm, total alarm system for the building. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess, and I just didn't know some other type was more beneficial. I would assume that most fires like the one in Hanford started around Parkinson, most started from the truck that was put away. And usually when that happens, it probably has something to do with liquids, which liquids they go in, it's usually a type of air, it's like extinction, type of.
That's what it's actually required for the square footage of the building to have a sprinkler system in it. There may be alternatives, but as far as I know, we could certainly look into that, but a little more, but on the surface.
That's what I wondered, is it more expensive? or less?
I've only seen those Ansel type systems, John, in kitchens. I've only seen those Ansel fire suppression systems installed in kitchen hoods and IT rooms. Right, IT rooms.
Computer room can be for themselves.
Yeah, but they're not cheap.
Yeah, I think you're gonna
The,
find
the,
that
the most cost-effective way to provide fire suppression to a building would be with a water sprinkler system.
And you're talking quite a bit of water too.
It's not effective in putting a fire out though.
One of the things that Tim brought up, I think at one of our committee meetings, but it may have been before the board here, you talked about putting a special type of kill switch in all the vehicles so that the electrical is totally shut down when the vehicle is parked for the night, because apparently the fires in our neighboring towns started within the electrical systems of the vehicles. And maybe he can expand on this, Tim, but my understanding is a way to prevent that by having a switch that certainly totally disconnects the electrical when you park the vehicle for the night. So that is something that I had in mind as we were looking at this. Just to elaborate a little bit on what Steve was saying, that $105 per square foot was like everything, the heating system, the sprinkler system inside the building, everything. And then there was an additional 186,000, one or the other, that took care of the outside, which is the cistern, the pump for the sprinkler system, the paving, and the generator. So that's the exterior cost. Everything in the is included in $105 per square foot for the interior cost, and that is the cost of the Henniker building, the $105 per square foot. And if you have a chance to visit it, it's really a beautiful facility. I spent about an hour going through it with the clerk of the works, and explaining the intricacies of what they're doing there. It's a different type of building. It's all head-in parking with garage doors along one side. One thing to save space that we've done here is, if you remember from in the past, each of the proposals showed diagonal parking within the garage, and that is what took up a lot of the space. So this would not have diagonal parking. It would have head-in, butt-to-butt, so to speak, parking.
So you're not going with the one big door like you had before? You're going with several garage doors now?
No, as at this point, it will be similar to what we've had before. But it would not be the diagonal parking where you go in the big door, you park diagonally because it takes up so much space. And that's one of the reasons we're able to reduce the size of the building by, playing dollhouse and doing cutouts and putting the trucks in there to show that they would fit. But not with the diagonal parking, which would be nice, easy, and smooth, but takes up a lot more square footage.
Yeah, again, with a design build, the engineers may come up with a plan that would be great that we hadn't thought of. But the most likely scenario that we came up with was adding a door on each side of the big door on the one end, which I'll say is the back end. And so that you could bring so the back end of the building would be probably 3 doors. And the middle one would be a pretty wide door. And so you could back them pretty much straight in, which we thought would be the safest thing to do. And again, as Tom mentioned, that for future expansion, we proposed a 4-foot concrete wall out of the ground level, so that if it got bumped into, or if somebody's welding or something like that, you don't have combustible insulation near there, or if somebody bumps it, it's not as likely to break or bend metal, etc. So on that back wall, we thought if we had at the floor level, didn't have the concrete come up higher than the floor level for future expansion, and then had overhead doors there for future expansion, we could simply take those doors in the back wall down, extend the building, and possibly put the doors back up. So it would be very, very inexpensive to add on to the building.
You're going to get doors on one end of the building, is that what you're saying?
Again, we don't know exactly what the proposal would be. If one plan shows
It has to be one.
one in the front, and also one in the wash bay that we had proposed near the front of the building. But again, if an engineer can come up with something that, in designing the building that works better than that, then, we're open to that.
We are talking to steel.
So, yes. And where our proposal was, when we started, the biggest thing that we wanted to go with was standard. Because the minute you start asking for something that's custom, it exponentially increases the price. And so we thought that standard would work really nice for us and be economical. So that's what our goal was, to find out what is the most standard sizes. Go with that. One thing I'd like to say on a personal note is last week, Thursday, the wind was blowing, it was really cold. I had to repair a piece of my machinery outside. And I was thinking as I was underneath with the wind blowing through there that this garage is a real necessity for this town. Personally, I feel that, because think about productivity. If you've got a garage that you can fit a lot of pieces of equipment, get them out on the snow a lot quicker, but also each driver can work on their truck inside when the weather's bad at the same time, or most of them at the same time. So, to me, that's a big advantage and a big cost savings for the town, because you don't get much done when you're out in conditions like that, trying to get something done. So I just thought of that the other day, and I wanted to pass that along. Any other questions for me?
Yeah, I do. I guess I'm having problems visualizing. You indicated that the vehicle's gonna be parked 2 rows.
Can I interrupt for a second? I'm just gonna ask any member of the public wanna ask questions to come do it up here so people at home can hear the questions. Starting now.
This doesn't show the vehicles, but anyway, my question is, there could be 2 rows of vehicles, bumper to bumper,
It could be 4 or 5.
rows.
Could be, yep. I don't know how you arrange them, going in this way, and then the grader fits in the wash bay.
Okay. And we have just the one grader now?
The other
We have
grader
2.
stays outside.
The other grader,
Stays outside plugged in.
okay. And that, because?
It's a spare.
Where's the repair, do you have a repair station in here? You indicated that the drivers, I guess, could do things, the normal maintenance would be maybe checking oil or whatever. But what if there's major maintenance to be done? Where is that done within this building?
That hasn't been actually determined where, but it is part of the floor space. And if something major was going on, it's a possibility that something, one or two vehicles might have to be left outside and plugged in the short term.
Okay, and what are the facilities like for repair? I mean, do you have a lift, do you have?
We have the one lift for cars only.
Tim, I'm gonna ask you to do the same, please.
We have the one lift, it's only for the cars. If you've been at our highway garage, you've seen it. But then whatever floor space is required for repairs would be utilized, and if something needed to be outside in the short term, it would be outside in the short term. But there is room for the trucks to be in, so either the truck is in and parked, or the truck is in and being repaired, so there is space for it. And then there's some space in between here in the middle, between the wash bay and the office area and the lunchroom. There is some space there that could be utilized for.
And how about welding stations, things like that?
Well, we don't have the room to assign a welding station in any, like the highway garages now. If we had to do welding, we would put something out of the way and use the welding screens, but the building is too small for individual areas to be assigned for welding, for mechanics, for parking. It's been reduced. So we're gonna have to make do and make it work and shuffle things around as needed.
And the wash station, is that accessible from the outside?
Yes, there's a door in the front right here, is on this photo right there.
Mhm.
And that goes into the wash bay, and that has concrete walls on it to protect it from the water rotting out the metal siding.
Is there any special considerations required for the material you're gonna be washing off the vehicles?
Yeah, we'll have to get a DES permit for the water. Generally speaking, you can do one of two things. You can build a recirculator system, which is not in the plan, or you're careful about how much sand and silt you put into the drain, and you have to have it pumped on an occasion. You have to have the water taken away by a hauler.
So the committee's still meeting, and there's still some things that seem to need to be tied up.
Well, the big issue is that we didn't have engineering money. So it's not that we don't feel confident with the product that we have, that we can build a building of this type, of this size, from the money that we're proposing, but again, we would probably put out an RFP that would start with the design process. And then we would sit down and get that going and or have design built. So what would you propose? We got copies of all the ones from Henniker, which is what they did, so we got to see their proposal, you know, what they were proposing and the costs and everything, so.
So is that included in the price?
That would be the RFP, not real up on that part of it, but as I understand it, you would put what you're looking for out, so we would have to describe this building and then put it out to companies to say, what would you be willing to build us and bid price for that.
And you feel confident that the amount that we're requesting, that we bond, is gonna cover the cost of that?
Yes.
It just seemed like there's some questions that weren't answered. If they're not gonna be answered before the deliberative session, then I guess you have to go into it. Letting everybody know that there's still some.
There would be, because it's not a fully designed product. It's an idea with an educated number attached to it, and all the final specifications and design drawings would be done as part of the design build process. That's how that project.
So if you
that's
had
how
the
it works.
money that was requested, who would have all that information?
You know, man,
Well, we don't have a set of engineered drawings to be able to get our pricing from.
Right, I understand.
So what we did was we used a lot of volunteer, professional, and competent help, as well as we're using Henniker's building as a model and saying, because their building is similar to this, a little bit different size-wise, but very similar in what they're looking for in their building.
But my question was, the money that was asked for,
Mhm.
so you would have the engineering drawings and the engineering which was denied. That
Your
would
answer.
allow you
Well,
Yes.
to have more detailed drawings.
Had we had the money to actually go to the building firms and do what an RFP does right off the gunshot, which is to get that design building, that is exactly what that money would have given us.
Okay, but you don't have that.
No.
well,
So we did the next best thing, which is go to the designers for Henniker, look at their RFPs. We actually talked to some of
Yeah.
them. And that's the best we could do, not being able to pay anybody.
but I'm confident that we have a good product, and it's what we need, you know, as a town. We felt that as a committee, and that, you know, this is this actually is a little bit of a modification of one of the 2013 drawings, that the architect who drew them allowed us to modify them slightly to be able to provide you with this drawing, so that we could get an idea of what we were talking about, which was in the CIP proposal that was handed out. I don't know if anybody has that. But like I said, the configuration of where things are and stuff could be a little bit different, but I think the basic concept is right here.
Okay, I think in describing this to the public at the deliberative session, I know to the public through any literature, I think it needs to be stated that the best estimate based on what you had available for
Mhm.
resources, and it's not detailed engineering. That those engineering drawings will be part of the.
Right, see, a company will come in and say, well, this is the building we're gonna build you, and it'll be their responsibility to provide those drawings. And in the process, they would have to be approved, et cetera, before.
But those drawings would also include what the exact cost would be.
Correct.
Right. So
Well,
you
they
know
would bid
that.
on it,
You would know at that
so
point whether
they would submit a bid.
whether it's under or over at the building.
Correct.
I'm pretty confident that we
Okay.
can do it. I think.
Yeah, I got different
I'll
figures
talk to
there.
her. Thank you.
Just a second.
Anything else?
I had 11,200,
Coming up to speak.
right, 105 plus 186,000.
I don't want to belabor the public
184,
hearing for the
okay.
building.
That
A
184
couple of questions
is
that came up tonight.
the exterior
Issues that came
cistern,
up tonight raised a
pump,
couple of questions for me.
generator,
I've
paving.
always never understood a fire suppression, and I'm for the fire suppression system. But one with water, approximately a couple $100,000, I think you said. Well, whatever the amount is, I don't care. But one with water, I know you said it has to have cistern with a pump. I don't know what scenario one could think of, but what happens if there's a fire that starts and it knocks out the electricity immediately,
Generator.
including wiring? Thinking of a box, think of a panel in your house.
Are you talking, Frank, about whether or not the sprinkler will go off, or whether or not the alarm will go off?
Well, no, pump for water, for the suppression. I don't. Again, that's, kind of a far-fetched scenario, but
That's why we
I
have
think it added,
Well, no, there's an answer to that,
Really?
though.
But-
No, but
but-
fire suppression systems, Frank, are generally, now, I don't know, because this isn't designed yet. Generally, they're charged. They have water in them
Okay.
at a certain pressure.
okay,
And the reason they go off is because there's a fusible link in the head that when the heat melts
Right,
it,
it
it
melts
lets
it.
go and the
I
water
understand
comes out. Now, the water won't continue if the pump's not working, but
okay.
you'd have to have the stars aligned pretty badly for all that stuff to go wrong at the same
Okay.
time.
Okay, I agree. As I say, thinking of the scenario, you have a nice suppression system with, not only no electricity, but no wiring. Now, maybe the generator's hooked in somehow different, I don't know. And then the other thing was, I forgot who said it, maybe Tom, about, it was Tim, about the disconnect, electrical disconnect in the vehicles. What was the term?
The kill switch.
Kill switch. Is that something that's a factory installed item?
Can be.
Can be.
Can be done aftermarket.
The older trucks, we have installed them by breaking the negative cable on the battery so that you break the circuit, which is created by the positive and negative cables to the batteries. The newer trucks, the Volvos, have them built into the truck. When you turn the key off, there's a master disconnect in the truck and you can hear it go clunk and it kills the batteries to the
Okay.
truck at that point.
Okay. And my reason for asking that is if it's something aftermarket, then does void a warranty on it? Yeah. So that's where I was going.
No, the new grader actually has a factory installed master disconnect,
Okay.
and,
Okay.
Just a comment on the protecting of the vehicles. If you look at just our last two purchases, the grader was $340,000. The last 10-wheeler truck was a little over $200,000. So you're talking about more than $500,000 investment in just the last two pieces of equipment that we purchased. So, providing protection from that, for that and all of the other things, is just essential. That's why we ask people to get behind this project. Again, it is a design-build project, which means the design is going to change once a general contractor is hired for the project. What they did in Henniker, they have the general contractor, they have the building supplier, and they have a clerk of the works who's sort of the hired gun for the town administrator, as he said himself, to oversee the project and see that it's going well. And an example that he gave when I was there visiting was he was away for a few days, and in their two pieces to this. In their foundation, which is 4 foot down, 4 feet up, to provide that interior wall, there's a foam center, so that there's insulation provided. You've got outer concrete, inner concrete with foam center. Where that the doors are, you couldn't have that, so they had to put in foam on the outside of the wall, on the ground, up against it. So he goes away and he comes back and it's all filled in, and he says, "Did you do the insulation?" "Let me check." So he gets out a shovel, digs, no insulation. "Sorry guys, you got to dig it back up. That has to be insulated in the front." So that's the missing piece in some of the projects that we have had. Fortunately, not as large as this one, but we've got to make sure that we have the person who checks the smaller details, so that when this project is done, it's done right, from the smallest thing to the largest. I'm really amazed at what is in that building up there. It is a totally different design than us. And Kevin, who's the person I spoke to, who's a Weare resident, said that he really was impressed by the design-build process, because it allowed them to make changes and to take advice from people who knew more than perhaps the committee that was putting it together. So, you got your general contractor, you've got the supplier of the building, and you've got a clerk of the works to make sure it's going right. So that's certainly the avenue that I would like to see us follow, to protect those well over $1 million worth of vehicles that have to be parked in it.
There's one thing I don't want to overlook, and it's so easily overlooked, is the initiative taken by Tim Redmond to form a committee. And for those people who volunteered to be on this committee, it's the way things should be done. I mean, they did all the legwork, did all the heavy lifting, and I think the town should be very appreciative of this, as well as the board. I haven't heard it mentioned, so I don't want that overlooked.
I have the list of committee members here. Yeah, I mentioned it, but it's the first person on the list was only able to make the first meeting, so I haven't counted him as a committee member. But Greg McDowell, Steve Roberts, Bruce Fillmore, Lori Davis, Sherry Burdick, Helene Kirk, Jack Meany, and myself.
Yeah, I don't want to kibosh this whole thing, but it seems to me over the last 2 or 3 years, when Tim's been trying to get this garage built, it was emphasized that a certain size was needed. From what I'm hearing tonight, and, you know, I'm not the expert on, you said you can squeeze all the trucks in there. I don't know if I'm comfortable with squeezing all the trucks in there. And Tim was saying that people, or Steve, I guess, was saying that people would be able to work on the trucks. It doesn't sound like that would be the way I would want to do it, if they were squeezed bumper to bumper in there like that. I just did a rough calculation. 180 by 80 versus 140 by 80 is roughly, what, $42,000 more for the, at $105 a square foot. Is that what you guys, is that why you, I mean, what was the original, did you look at the original proposal that Tim had last? And what was the price on that? Did you price that out at all as to what?
If you go with a square footage price, it's more money.
I understand it was more money.
We looked at it as what are our needs today, and can we prepare for future expansion? Because that may not sound like a lot of money to you or I, but it could be a deal breaker for some folks.
Well,
So
I think we're up to
we
the.
had a, like Tom said, we had a good cross section and some fairly lively discussions
what I
about, the size that we should be looking at and things, and that's what the committee felt was the best thing for the town right now.
Yeah, I'm not
when you-
disputing that at all, Steve.
Actually,
But the only thing I'm worried about now, because you're already up at possible deal breaker prices already at 1.3 for a building that may not satisfy what we actually need. And so my point being is, if you're at that price, because you're already higher than what you proposed in the last iteration of this building being proposed to the town, it went down. And so this price is higher, it's a smaller building, and living in Weare for a while, that if this building gets built, it'll probably be the last building in your lifetime you'll ever see built. So my only thought was that if it's $42,000 more at $105 a square foot.
That number's not.
Yeah, that's not,
I have it, I wrote the numbers down.
$336,000 more.
$336,000 more.
180 by 80.
80 by, it's a 40 foot longer by 40 foot wider, well, it's 160.
It's
I did 30,
14.4
yeah.
versus 11.2. So it'll be 1.5 million for the,
Doing everyday math over there.
Use common core math over
Usually
there.
that's my strong point. Hold on.
40 by 80 times 105, 336,000.
Yeah, how did I put it? I just did it here.
Get your matrix out.
anyway.
Do your matrix.
Yeah.
Your lattice.
Well, whatever, I'm a little concerned with being so tight. And I remember Tim talking about this, and we had some nice drawings, and I'm not quite sure if the herringbone way isn't almost a more efficient way of doing it, so, even if it isn't, Tim was talking about future of adding vehicles to this town as it grows. Those vehicles are gonna be outside, or something that's inside currently is gonna be outside, that's my other concern too.
Okay, there's a couple of things. First place we visited was the town garage in Newbury. 100 feet wide. I think that was 140 feet long. 120?
180.
One-
Big.
180. So we thought, well, okay, our Cadillac version would be 100 feet wide, 200 feet long. Fit everything in there, move it around, spaces designated for everything. But then, you just say $100 a square foot and you got $2 million. And that doesn't count any of the outside work that we're talking about with the cistern and pump and generator and so forth. So you're well over $2 million to get the Cadillac version. So, we backed off from that. And as Lori said when we met a short time ago, we are not overbuilding. We're building in a way that will allow for expansion if it's needed, by having one end of the building where you don't have that 4-foot wall out of the ground. But you're right. We probably won't see it. Probably won't see it in my lifetime. But
something I'd like to address here too, Tom, is having gone through all the deliberative session discussions on the times that this has been brought up before. I went through all those questions very carefully. There were 4 major concerns. One was the fire suppression system, And the last time it was brought up, it was not appropriately, the financing for it was not there. So that's part of the change that's in here. Number 2 was we needed to have the test pits. Number 3 is people are concerned that we will start off with a building bigger than we actually need, and they didn't want to see that. That's very big in the deliberative session write-ups. That's a big concern by the people that have attended these sessions before. And number 4 is people wanted to make sure that we were doing things in a reasonable fashion that would work for the budget. And that was something this committee kept in mind at all times was, will it work for now? Can it grow forward? But can the taxpayers actually afford this? Yes, we have 2 bonds going out. We also have other warrant articles coming forward that are also needed. And the question is, how much can you ask the taxpayers to reasonably pay? What are the most important things? And how do you get them to work with you? So we have to be reasonable when we're doing these things. We can't do what the school does, which is just write one big blowout building and say, hey, here it is, and oh well. We want to get this passed, and that's how we got to where we are.
Sorry, keep going on and on.
Get your exercise.
When we said squeeze the trucks in, we used 15 feet as a width that we needed for the bigger trucks. So that's not really squeezing very much. And also extra length both front and back too. So it's, apologize for picturing that we were just squeezing everything in there. We felt that was pretty comfortable for room to back them in, drive them in, and also to be able to do things around the sides, walk around the sides, etc. So it's actually quite a bit of room around the trucks.
Looks like everyone's satisfied with the discussion on the garage. So we'll move to, unless anybody on the board has anything to add to the discussion? Public hearing for comment on the 2016 overall proposed town budget, including all separate, special, and petitioned warrant articles, as well as disclosure of the default budget. So most everybody here has been following our progress of building the budget. The operating budget was built in stages. As most of you know, we had our finance administrator come to us very early on in the season with known costs, such as personnel costs and salaries. And then we got into discussions with the individual department heads to go over the rest of the lines in the budget. There's been back and forth, comments from the finance committee, or attendance from the finance committee at probably most of our budget meetings, and some debate on this board, and landed where we are now. Is there any other questions? Now's the time.
Chris Haig from the library. It wasn't brought to my attention until very late in the budgeting process that we would be required to include health insurance for 2 employees who don't get it now. So the number that you have in line FF needs to be changed to reflect the health insurance. It's 2 employees who work 30 and 31 hours respectively, and they've opted for buyouts. So the default budget line would be $213,974, and the proposed budget line would be 200, I don't know why that, well, yeah, I do. This is the bottom line, 214,774. And just for the record, on both of those, $9,765 is already in the bank through private donations and trusts. And that's just that quirky law that we always have to deal with. So the amounts being asked of the taxpayers would be $205,009 and $204,209. But those amendments weren't made. I sent them over, but I guess they missed the bus.
The proposed, what I see today is 214,775.
Okay, let me see what I've got here. That is the raised by taxation. The problem is, the way the New Hampshire laws are written, we have to put the 9,765 to the voters, even though we already have that money in the trust funds. That's the law. So what you do is you take the operating budget and you add the 9,765, and the line, where is it on our budget? $214,775. Yep, that one's okay. But the other one, $212,390, needs to be $213,974. And that way everybody can get it. And that was not something that we well, I'm sure the employees wanted, but the administration and the trustees found out about it because it was required. We didn't throw that in for any other reason.
A question on the police department budget. On page 5. It's line 121? No, it's on the operating budget. What was line number 121?
It's on page 6. Police health insurance buyouts?
Yes, sir. The 33,000 represents 6 offices that would be taking the buyout. That's the proposed number. In the default number, 22,000 represents 4 offices that would be taking the buyout. I guess I don't understand why there would be a difference. If it's based on new offices that are coming on board, I don't know how we would know whether they're taking the buyout or taking the insurance, and I would think you would budget for the worst-case scenario. But the thing that strikes me odd with those two numbers, I'm gonna have to have you refer to another line, is in line 210 on the, which is health insurance. You would agree that if the number of offices that are taking the buyout, the health insurance costs would go down. But one is 33 in terms of buyout, the other was 22,000 taking the buyout. But if you look at the budget for insurance, the number's the same for the proposed and default, which means it doesn't make any difference according to the way these numbers read, whether you have 6 offices taking a buyout or 4 offices taking a buyout. That just doesn't make sense.
I see that. You're right.
Okay. Because there's nothing in here that should be included for the offices that are on the warrant. Because those numbers include everything.
Right. Do you understand the question, Beth?
No, I didn't. I understand the buyout because the 2 part-time that the chief is proposing is a buyout. The $5,500 per part-time employee, so it's an additional $11,000 that he's proposing. If we bring on those 2 additional part-time officers. And that's a proposal, not part of the warrant.
second part was related to the first, and I think I get it now. If the first has a different number of officers taking buyout versus on the insurance between the proposed and the default, then wouldn't the number of officers taking health insurance be different between the proposed and the default? But they're the
Well, he's
same.
only proposing 2 additional part-timers. He's not proposing additional full-timers.
And they're not
That's the whole
eligible,
article.
part-time is not eligible for health insurance?
No, they're only for the buyout.
That's why.
That's a lot. Could you explain that to me? Because I heard previous speakers say something about 30 and 31 hours having health insurance. Could somebody explain how that law reads? I mean, I don't understand it.
Go ahead, Tom.
It goes with the Affordable Care Act,
Yeah.
that there's a certain formula that the state has us use, and Naomi went through the whole formula with part-time, full-time, to see how many total employees we had. If that number is over 50, then that 30 hours kicks in. Anybody that works 30 hours becomes eligible for health insurance. So we've had a couple of cases this year where we have had part-time employees who work more than 30 hours, which means that they become eligible for either the health insurance or a buyout. And in this case, it's a buyout because they have health insurance elsewhere. So that's where that comes from. And I don't know, probably not off the top of your head, Naomi, but it was a pretty complex formula that had to be used to establish our total number of employees.
That's a large group.
So then why wouldn't the 2 part-time officers then, are they being held to less than 30 hours?
Well, that's another piece in this puzzle here. We've negotiated a new contract, which I will speak to later in the program. But in that contract, we restrict part-time to 28 hours, which would keep us under that 30-hour maximum. So the tentative agreement on that, besides the wage piece, has that language in it that would keep us to 28 hours if the contract passes, but we don't know that contract's going to.
And what would the 28 hours do for us in terms of health care?
28 hours would have no effect on health care. There would be no buyout, there'd be no health care.
Okay, so how are we budgeting this then? Because it sounded like the finance administrator's understanding was that they would be getting the buyout, the part-time, 2 additional part-time officers, where it sounds like it's an option.
And it depends somewhat on whether the contract passes.
Yeah.
Because, right now, it's discretionary as far as the number of hours. And we have 10-hour shifts, so it makes it a little bit cumbersome putting that 28-hour figure in the contract because we're working with 10-hour shifts, something the chief will have to work around with the scheduling. But again, it doesn't kick in that health insurance buyout requirement if we keep it under 30, which is why the 28.
And it doesn't make any difference whether the part-time employee already has insurance?
Pardon me?
It doesn't make any difference if the part-time employee already has insurance? They would,
If they already had insurance, then they'd be eligible for the buyout.
I'm assuming that's.
And they'd have to
probably the
prove
assumption,
it.
is that part-time employees would have retired, would have insurance, and they'd be eligible for the buyout. Just want to make sure the numbers represent what the intent is.
I didn't answer your question about the 33 versus 22,000, but
Well, it sounds like the difference is two part-time employees.
Having the buyout.
Buyout. All right. I just have another general question, general comment. And this goes back to statements that have been previously made. I hope they don't be made, are not going to be made again. But the statement regarding healthcare that will result in savings of $13,000, $26,000 in savings. I went through the budget and I looked at those items that were affecting both the default and the budget and proposed the budget. And what that was health insurance. Health insurance lines are the same, proposed with the default. But there's been sizable reductions in health insurance that hasn't resulted in savings. There's $180,000 in cuts, reductions in both the default and proposed, same items in both default and proposed. Over $100,000 in healthcare costs were reduced in both the proposed and default. Debt service obviously affects both default and budget. That went down significantly, about $62,000 as a result of a bond being paid off and reducing our lease payments. And also the interest reduction in lease payments as the principal gets paid down, the interest goes down. Changing dispatch services from Bow to Goffstown affected both the default and proposed budget. Unemployment compensation insurance went down. Those are the major items that were reduced. But we don't see that reduction. The taxpayers don't see that reduction. $180,000. It's a rounded up number. You say that the operating budget, and I'm talking about operational costs. I don't consider insurance an operational cost. The operational costs actually went up significantly. $180,000 in no savings went to operational costs, in addition to the increase that you built into the budget. You're looking at a significant increase in cost to the town when you consider the savings have gone away. They don't exist. The words you used, savings. So when you look at these numbers, you know, I gotta add $180,000 to each line, default and proposed. Then you compare that to previous years, and you're gonna see a 7-8% increase, which to me is unacceptable. I mean, it's to me, it's gotta be mentioned, and you claim you're increasing the budget by a certain amount. Well, you don't take into consideration the savings, specifically in those areas like healthcare, which you said were savings. They're gone. So, I wish you'd do something about that. Either don't ever use the word savings. You never see it. It's a big increase. I don't think you're gonna get an operating budget pass. The other thing is, there was wringing of hands when the chairman mentioned about reducing the default budget down to a level where, how we used to do it. If the proposed number was less than the default number, we'd reduce the default number. But you said there was an ill-conceived lawsuit against the town that, you know, kind of forced us in that direction. You should have forced that to go to court, I would think. But the wringing of hands came over not so much whether you should do it, but only because of the dollar amount associated with fuel. That's where the issue seemed to be. Fuel costs went down $30,000, $40,000, maybe a little more than that. And you're concerned that if the default budget was reduced and that passed, that would be a default number for the following year. And boy, you might be in trouble because the fuel costs maybe are gonna go up. But the same thing happens with the proposed budget. You want the proposed budget to pass, that's got the lower dollar amount in it for fuel. That will be your target number in the default budget the following year. I mean, either way you go, you're gonna have a lower fuel line. But the default budget now provides you with a little bit extra money to allow you to make that adjustment, or use that money for something else. You should be budgeting for next year, not 2 years. The only thing you have with the proposed budget, maybe you get more fluff in there that you could use some of that money if the costs go up for fuel to cover that increase. But you know, when you look at it, either way, if the default number was the number proposed for next year, what's the difference whether you get a proposed or default budget? It's gonna be the default number for the following year. I don't agree with the way the default number was put together. I think we've gone away from something that saved the town money over time and was realistic. And we never had to go borrow money or emergency expenditure ever while we were doing that. I wish you had considered that more in terms of how we've operated in the past, and just to do away with it because somebody filed an ill-conceived lawsuit thinking it's gonna save us money. It actually cost us.
Yeah, I got just a couple comments here. The warrant article is proposed on this warrant, I don't know how finalized it is. Basically has a figure that's different than what's on the last sheet of this budget that I have dated 1/4. I don't know if that's the latest and greatest on that too. On the warrant, you have 5599062. And on the last page of this, it's 216, which is 557183. I don't know if you noticed that or not, or if something changed,
What version of the budget do you have?
1/4.
Okay, we have a 118 version.
Does that reflect the 559?
Yes.
Oh, okay, well, I guess I don't have the notes on that. Okay. I guess that took care of that. I do have a couple of questions here, and I don't want anybody taking this personal, but, on Selectmen's office, line 113, town administrator, you have a 12.5%, basically, close to that anyhow, increase in the salary on that. That just seems kind of steep to me. I don't know, maybe I'm out of date here, but I don't think the rest of the town employees are getting anywhere near that, I don't think.
Which line are you looking at, John?
113. I'm going proposed to, actually it's proposed, well, you got it in the default too.
It doesn't change, it's $74,000.
Well, no, the approved budget this year, she was working on 65.8.
Right, and then
Now it's
this,
going to 74.
right, and right, this is the year of the contract, her contract.
No, you gotta go down to the education line. The education line has been zeroed out at $6,000. That's been moved to, there's no longer education expense. If you look at line
Yeah.
529, goes from $6,000 to 0.
So they rolled the education line into your
That's right,
salary?
because the education now is at my expense. Any further education's at my expense.
All right, well, there's one other salary here. That's on the fire department, line 110, and I don't know if you set this or the Board of Fire Ward sets this or not, but on line 110, that reflects a 32% increase roughly.
We're on page 7 of 14.
Yeah, I got 7.
Fire department, first
Right.
line,
Mhm.
110.
110, fire salary for the chief.
Yeah, it goes from 35,313 to 46,800.
What's your question?
Is that something that you people came up with, or is that something the Board of Fire Wards came up with, or?
That's a number that we carried as a request of the Board of Fire Wards.
And you can question that, or did that ever get straightened away as to who has the authority over that? I mean, I know that was
Yeah,
been an
they-
ongoing question. Did they have the authority for that then, and you people don't?
Set in their budget. I mean, we can comment on it, but we can,
You
It's
can't-
still gray.
If they present, okay, it's still gray, you
Yeah.
haven't resolved it then. So you're comfortable with that?
That's what's proposed. I mean, if you're asking us to individually tell you what we're satisfied with for numbers in here, this
Well,
is a
that- I
diverse
guess
board
that's my
that's voted
question.
yes and no on many things. This is where it's landed. So as a board, this is what we've approved.
They propose that to you and you have no, you can't deal with that at all? I mean, if you're not comfortable with that, could you alter that number?
Go ahead.
I just, to answer your question, I think we could, but I look at that, and I believe other board members do as well, as a rightful change, because the services that we receive from the fire chief are far more valuable than what he's been paid in past years. So that was the feeling of the Board of Fire Wards when they came forward with this figure, and that is the agreement of the board. And I don't know how we voted, whether it was unanimous or not, but that is the figure being brought forth by the board for the reasons stated.
It just seems, it just seems like a big step in one fell swoop. I mean, we've known what that person's done over the years since he's been here, and you would think it would have been done in steps, you know. Maybe you would be at that point today, but it just seems like you've taken a big step, you know, in one fell swoop. That's 32%, that's a huge,
Yeah.
that's a huge increase.
Actually, in last year, there was an increase in the, similar increase in our proposed budget last year, which failed.
Mhm.
But perhaps the Board of Fire Wards Chair could elaborate on that. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Steve Roberts, I'm Chair of the Board of Fire Wards. And as Tom said, we did try to get a substantial raise last year as well. Since the fire chief was hired, he has taken on increased responsibilities. And also, you know, his time commitment has increased. And he's done an outstanding job for us. When we hired him, frankly, we didn't really know what we should pay him. We compared other towns. The problem is we were looking for part-time fire chiefs in other towns and couldn't find it. And so we thought, well, we can't pay nearly what full-time chief should make. But he is running the department. He's just doing it in shorter hours, but his responsibility are as much as a full-time chief. And he's done a super job for us in those shorter hours, getting the work done. So we felt that he needed to get compensation pretty much soon after we hired him, more compensation. But one of the problems with, we've had so many default budgets in this town that we couldn't do that. Like Tom said, we put the money in last year's proposed budget, it didn't go in. And also, just on a personal note, in discussions that I've had with the fire chief in other years, he has actually said, we have things that are more important than me. And so he hasn't wanted to push those forward. And we probably should have back then. So I think it's way past time that we try to bring him up to a better compensation level. Any other questions?
That also includes hours. I have a couple of questions. You can refer, I'm gonna refer to the budget printout of 1217, but the line that I'm gonna look at the police department, and the line has stayed consistent through the different budget updates. It's line 686 towards, well, almost to the end of the total
Armor.
budget. Armor, right,
Range armorer.
yes. It's really a relatively small dollar amount, but I'm curious, in the reason for the increase, it says replacement plan for tasers. And I would like to know, my thinking is that tasers, I don't believe, are all that old an item for police departments to have. And I have to qualify, I don't know, everybody's interpretation of old is different, you know. I mean, I got more days behind me than I have ahead of me left. So, and I borrowed for that from somebody that I heard, so it's not original to me. But that was pretty good. I'm curious to know, you know, we have a small department, and I can't see the tasers being used that much. So what constitutes a criteria for replacement?
And ask the chief to respond. I'm not an expert in police tasers or armor.
I'm certainly no expert in taser either, but how I look at this is a weapon system that is an alternative to deadly force. So if to use kind of a deliberately overly dramatic example, unfortunately it's an example that's repeated in real life. It's not just wildly imaginative. If a police officer went to a call for service involving somebody with a knife, for instance, where that person is displaying a deadly weapon and could use it in a deadly way, under the law, the officer would be justified in using deadly force against that person. As a police department and as a community, we've opted to go with the taser as an alternative, less lethal weapon system for an instance that it may be appropriate to use. Now, the issue with that is that we are blessed that they have not been used with a great number of instances. The problem there being that they are in the field all the time with them. They're not kept in a Pelican case, all warm, dry, and snuggly until the time we need to use them. They are actually with the officers in the field at all times. So that though they are not being used against a person in a defensive way, they are with the officers throughout the time that they are using them in the weather conditions and so forth. Okay, Sean, so what? My concern is that there may come a day when an officer goes to use this less lethal weapon system, and instead of getting the desired result, it goes click and nothing happens. Then the officers that would, in this instance, having elected to use a less lethal source to bring to resolution, now would have to resort to a deadly force if they still had time and were not subsequently harmed themselves. So, or somebody else got hurt in the meantime. What's there is a replacement plan with the idea that over a period of time, not all at once, those weapon systems that show the most sign of wear would be replaced first, and then next year one or two more, and the year after one or two more, until they've all been replaced, and then we start again. So that no matter what the circumstances, if the officer goes click, something happens. The desired effect occurs. That's the only reason that this is on there in that plan.
Great. I understand fully, and I appreciate the explanation, but it seems to me that just like the handgun, you know, I mean, they're fired, you know, in training. So it would seem to me that there'd be a way of maintaining a taser. And I'm sure at some point in time they're electrical. At some point in time they're going to need replacement. But there's got to be some means of keeping these things up to usability status, I would think. And hopefully, I don't know what that is. Hopefully it's done, but I don't know. So I appreciate that. It just seems like to me that they should have a longer life, and that longer life is related to the use. to the handout for tonight, for the, did you have it? The warrant, the sample warrant. If I could ask, right after the major budget item, major budget, I don't know what number, they're not numbered yet, but that's okay. The police bargaining. The police bargaining agreement. I would request, within the article, the last sentence that refers to the police department being on the town's same insurance as the town employees. Well, that was done, in fact, the last time an article got approved, which is not an issue to me. But it says, and to contribute 10% to the premiums, as do all other employees. Again, I'd like to somehow see wording in that article. I have a document, Beth's been very kind to me, supplying me with things, although I don't quite know how I got this one. It's a wage and benefit figure for 2016. And on that, one of the pages, it says the health insurance, they're already contributing 7%. So to somebody that's archaic as me, if I was to read this article, that gee, these guys are going to, if I vote yes for this, they're going to pay 10% of their insurance. Well, that's really a little bit. In fact, they are paying 10%, but they're really paying only 3% more. And I would like to see that in the article itself. You can certainly do it in the backup information as redundancy, would be fine with me. But I would like to see the actual, like I say, it's not misleading that they're paying 10%, but they're really only paying 3% more.
To increase from 7% to 10%.
From the 7%.
Which is a 3%.
Right. You could say, you know, they're
without using a grid.
I got a calculator over here.
Do, okay.
So, and so I would appreciate that consideration anyway. Now, like I say, you could do it in the backup information and be redundant. And the other one is the per diem article. I've been here and heard the explanations of, you know, where the offsetting money can come from. I have a previous draft from January 4th of the warrant article, and again, realizing it's a draft. And that, if you have that article, it actually says raise $90,000, which, you know, I know that that's the amount that they're, you know, allocated to pay out of the revolving fund from the ambulance. This one here says, in the new one tonight, now it's $67,000 and some change. I think, as I understood, you know, there's more than the $90,000 in the fund. Well,
90s a year.
I don't need somebody to repeat what I think I understand. Take up time tonight. But again, likewise, you know, really, you know, after there's an offset of $22,000 because of this change, the 67.5 and 22.5 is the 90,000 total. So somewhere somebody's coming up with 22.5 for an offset.
It's the difference between the full year and this is not a full year.
It starts in April.
Okay.
It's 90,000 for the whole year.
For the
So it
whole
could be
year.
clarified.
Okay. All right. Is there some mechanism to, again, in the article itself, to identify the $90,000? I know it's, you know, makes it a little tougher sell. I mean, that's really what people are buying into. again, you can certainly do it in the, you know, the backup information on the mailer, but if you could do it in both places, you know, that would even be better. And that is, just like me, I should know, I guess, you know, just like in higher offices, you know, they're not generally a full year, you know, until the following year. So that really is misleading, I think, especially because the end result is $90,000. You know, if it's like the tasers, you know, probably not quite as bad. So just those couple of requests.
Just, I'm sure you realize this, because I know how hard you study the budget, but, no, I mean,
You give me
serious.
too much credit.
Well, I'm serious. But when you look at those two, you have to look at the two articles together. That article and the next one for the
For the
ambulance.
ambulance?
Because when you look at the ambulance payments will be made out of the savings by passing the previous article. In other words, the payments will come out of the special revenue fund, because that's where all the ambulance billing money will go in the future. So that, for the next 3 years, those payments will more than balance off, or almost balance off the 90,000 that would normally be going into that. The first year, you'd actually come out ahead, because it's a $67,000 investment, and you're getting an $83,000 ambulance payment. The next 2 years, it's just that difference of $7,000 between money going into the general fund for the per diems, money coming out of the special revenue fund for the ambulance, and then after that, it becomes a savings account for future purchases, whether they be
Right,
ambulance or fire.
I understand that aspect.
So I'm just saying that it's important as we look at these, whether it's you or any other voter, that those two articles are considered together, because that's where the impact comes.
Okay, I wasn't gonna bring the ambulance into the discussion, but I understand that. But still, the bottom line is, eventually there's gonna be $90,000 in the budget without any offset.
Correct. And I do agree with you, Frank, that if approved, this addition would become part of the annual operating budget. It does refer to this, almost to the 67,500.
Right.
Which
And again, I'm
should-
not accusing anybody, you know, of, being devious or anything. If I was doing that, I'd tell you.
I think you could do the same. I think you could add the same, if you look at the full-time officers, we asked the question, and it tells you what it represents, and then it also has the same that's gonna be part of. So it represents 3/4 of the year,
You're correct.
and you
So
can
that
put
would
that
be-
sentence in there.
That would be some
Yeah.
inconsistency, and I would like, I always strive for consistency, but,
If we put that 67.5 represents 3/4 of the year, it'd be inconsistent.
No, he's saying it would be
No,
consistent.
no,
That
but
would be
I'm
between,
trying to clean it up.
between
That's
those,
what I thought.
you're right,
Okay.
pointing that out.
Or 9 months to make
I mean,
it consistent with the other
The
articles.
reason for the consistency is to keep the total dollar amounts, right out in the forefront, and not just to pick on the fire department and the EMTs, but, for everybody, for all prospective employers. So if there's a means of doing that, I would appreciate that. That's it, thank you.
May I raise a question, I think it was last week, about the ambulance article, if the per diem fails, what the estimated tax impact would be?
I didn't get an answer out of Laura, because
Okay.
they didn't work today.
Okay,
I mean, yeah, these are just DRAs,
Okay.
okays,
right.
and they've been back to Laura again, but the Laura offices took today off for the holiday, so.
Yeah, on this article, the same article, when I was listening to Frank talk, it brought up some questions in my mind on this. Right now, those EMTs are being paid on a per diem rate or process or whatever you want to call it. So technically, they're not town employees, they're per diem, correct? They're contractors, basically.
They're part-time employees, as far as the Department of Labor is.
So I'll just repeat what the chief said according to the Department of Labor, they're part-time employees.
All right. Under the warrant article that established this fund for them to fund this position, it was limited at $90,000, as I remember it.
That's correct.
By incorporating this into the operating budget, I'm assuming then that limit would be arbitrary. It could be changed, because now it's not under that auspices
It's a
anymore.
line in the operating budget.
Right. So I guess I have a couple questions. First of all, they would then be eligible for any of the increases that non-union employees get in town. So let's just take the $90,000 instance at a 2% rate, that's another almost $2,000 for the following year and so forth. You see where I'm going with this, it could go up more and more. So that amount is going to increase without coming back to the town. Well, it does come back to the town for the approval of the budget. The second one I'm a little concerned with is, based on the Affordable Care Act, and I don't know if we have anybody doing this now, but I could see it happening, where somebody works 30 hours on a regular basis. Now they're eligible for either the buyout or the insurance coverage, where I'm not sure they would be under this particular article here. Can you answer me on that? Would they?
I don't know. Do you know?
Are there any
If you
employees?
had EMT.
Let me take it to work 30 hours a
somebody
week.
under this
I have to work
article
30
going
hours a
back
week
under the
steady,
operating budget,
and he's
they're
got a
working on
rotation.
regular basis, 30 hours a week.
We don't have.
You don't right now, but that's not to say you couldn't have something in the future, but
And that's not to say that we couldn't eliminate the 28.
Just to follow the rules.
Thank you.
We don't have any employees that, in the, what could be called the per diem pool, that work consistently, or we try never to have them work 30 hours. I would even make the argument that because they're technically town employees, as far as the Department of Labor, they're eligible for a wage increase the way that the warrant article is written. We just have not given that to them. So I think that's a discussion to have, at least for the Board of Fireworks.
I could justify you giving them a wage increase, but there's still a limit based on the warrant article that was passed at 90,000. So you can pay them $30 an hour, but when you get to the $90,000 plateau, then basically that's the funding, right? The way the warrant article was written and passed by the town voters.
Well, I'd have to review the warrant article, but the way you stated it, I would agree with that.
I mean, we didn't set that, they set the wages at 11, 13, 15, or 13, 15, and 17, or whatever.
Yep, 13, 15, and 17.
17, right.
And it's been that way since its inception, which was, I think, 2011?
Yeah.
2010.
But there was a cap, and now, based on this, I would say the cap goes away.
Becomes part of a operating budget line item.
Well, there again, this leads to another question. The Board of Fireworks then has control over the EMTs also, correct? So the Board of Fireworks can justify saying, well, I think, based on their expertise, that they're worth X amount. Let's say it's 17, 19, and 21. And if you add that up, that comes out to $98,000 or $100,000 a year. And they present that to you, you just forward it into the operating budget.
We could, and then it would go before the voters. I
right.
mean, there's a lot of steps in that.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's a possibility, correct?
Sure.
Okay. That's all right.
It's right on. Here's one that's buttons.
There was a previous statement made about benefits of having a Prime program and also joining CALIA, a reduction in our car liability insurance.
Do you have those numbers, Naomi?
I don't have, I've got an email that said that Kalia gives us an additional percentage, but I haven't seen anything from her.
We don't have the
I don't
numbers from
have it.
Primex yet.
No.
But we've asked for that.
Yes.
I guess we'll get it someday, maybe, before we go to the deliberative session. I just need some help in, obviously, but specifically, on this article about the eliminating the special revenue fund for per diem, and then moving money around and having most of that money that came in go into the vehicle department replacement special revenue fund. Being a special revenue fund, money cannot be expended from that fund unless it goes to town fund, different than the capital reserve fund. But I certainly agree with the effort to move in this direction. I've always felt that the per diem should be in the operating budget. But do we have a special agreement with the per diems that restrict them from wage increases? Or how are they now going to be treated? It doesn't mean that they're automatically going to be employees, does it? Or how does that work?
Aren't they already?
That's what I understood Bob to say, that, you know, regardless of whether it's in the operating budget or in the funds from the ambulance, that they're already by the Labor Department considered as part-time employees.
Yeah, we're just changing the funding mechanism.
That's right. So I don't think that it would make a difference. I mean, as we look ahead at the warrant articles, if maybe our warrant article on employee raises needs to be reworded. If it's not going to be including per diem part-timers. And I'm not saying it should or shouldn't, but if we do want to restrict it, maybe the wording of the article has to be able to reflect that. And then looking at the group, if there's been no change in 5 years, then at some point in time, that may be another issue to take up on its own.
Yeah, I was just
I'm
wondering,
just playing with words here.
I'm just wondering how many of those per diems are permanent per diem. Because I think initially we're looking at a pool that could be used, and I'm not sure if that pool has dwindled to the point where we just have a core group of.
I don't know.
And
He's the man to tell you.
he wants to. Nope.
We have a very core group of people. I think it's probably 8 or 9 that we generally use. Only 3 of the people that we call per diem actually are not, that kind of pre-existed or were outside the fire department when the program started. And they've been with us since the beginning. One of the concerns that I have, I mean, it's been 5 years and we've not added anything to their compensation, while other town employees got something. And to kind of go to, John's statement, which was, at some point we should look at a wage increase for them. And then so when we're trying to play catch up, that wage increase tends to look larger. And you kind of get some pushback. It's like, well, how come we're making such a big jump as opposed to small incremental jumps? Whether it's a compensation plan or, as we've been doing it with the warrant article, percent increase. As far as I was told by the Department of Labor, and I agree, they're town employees, whatever we wanted to call them, they're part-time employees. And I think the key to that is you follow the insurance. They're on workers' compensation. They're on our bill. So when they get hurt, it's their workers' comp claim and injury. They're not a contractor. They're not a 1099 employee. They get a W-2. So they're employees, and they're a good employee.
Still related to the fire department. The statement in here when it comes to eliminating the EMT revolving, that this, if it passes, would go into effect maybe April 1st. And so during that period of time, there'll be money after the end of December. All of the payments would have been made to the per diems for the 2015. are the per diems still going to be paid using the revolving fund up to April 1st? So is there gonna be any money left in that fund? Because it does make a statement in here that any funds left over would be put into the general fund. I can't imagine that being,
We had this discussion, Beth and I had this discussion, and we feel, or I feel that a prorated amount or 4 months worth of $90,000 would go into that revolving fund to pay for that January 1st to April 1st or March 31st. So that money would come out of that revenue stream. That's why that warrant article shows 67 and change, I think, now.
yeah.
Because that number only represents 9 months. The first 3 months were paid for out of that same mechanism that we used all along.
So the accumulated interest in going into the general fund would be very low.
It's about $40,000.
You would
That's
have
the
$40,000
amount of
left
money
over after you
that's
pay?
in the revolving fund, kind of a residual balance in that account now. Dissolving or discontinuing the revolving fund, the RSA requires that money flow into the general fund to be allocated, or the selectmen deem to allocate it. That's an offset, a real offset, I feel, to the cost of that 67. So the 67,000 in the first year is a 9-month number, but the feels like number that the taxpayer would feel like, I think would be down in the 27,000. So there's a substantial amount of money that would flow out of that
Into the general fund, so that the selectmen that would be a pure revenue that would be used to offset taxation. It doesn't allow you to spend it.
Right.
They could make an appropriation or something.
And they might have trouble doing that. And I just want to clarify on no article numbers, but the ones that are using money in what I guess we would now call the fire department replacement vehicle special revenue, which is going to be funded like it used to be funded, for obvious reasons, for legitimate reasons. But you show, and I think I may have asked you this offline, but just needs clarification. You show about $143,000, or exactly $143,000 coming out of that replacement vehicle fund. I don't know how much money is in that fund now, maybe $30,000-$40,000. So I guess you expect that the revenue that you're getting now being diverted, if this passes, the revenue that now will be going into the vehicle fund will cover those two requests.
I think we have our final numbers for 2015. We received from the billing process about $130,000 in revenue. That'll allow after we pay all our bills, about $32,000 will be deposited into the vehicle replacement fund,
Okay.
which is the math of 2015. That brings that balance to about 60, let's say 65, just to round it off. That pays for the forestry vehicle warrant article, which is why it was written the way that it was. It was anticipated that we'd have cash for that purchase. So regardless of what happens in any of the other articles, the funding for the forestry vehicle is in the bank. The funding for the ambulance, it's the assumption, we have to make an assumption to have any kind of conversation about EMS revenue, is the same assumption that we made last year, that we'll collect $120,000 in EMS revenue. Once we pay, we have to pay the billing company, 6% of that, which is about 7,200, I think. And then, assuming the warrant articles work out the way we discussed, the rest of that will flow into the special revenue fund. Special revenue fund to pay that lease payment. We can structure that lease payment in a number of different ways. We can kind of pick the point of the year that we wish to pay that lease number, and so we could push that towards the end of the year.
Aren't you looking just at 3/4 of the year revenue going into that fund? I mean,
Yep.
The number you gave was 130.
Yep, I have,
Is that for 9 months?
I believe I have the answer inside the book of knowledge.
Because to me, you'd be looking at about $90,000 in revenue for the balance of the year, 9 months. Which would
Did you
just,
say 90?
yeah.
So, I fully anticipate when we did the mathematics that we could, given our previous year's experience, that we'll have more than enough to make that lease payment out of that fund.
But you won't have 130. You probably won't have 130 because you're only.
Well, we won't have 130, but we only need 40. So
And you
you
plan
need me
on,
to stand up some more?
and is that's gonna be incorporated into the operating budget from that point on, right? We're not gonna be using special revenue fund, the money going into that special revenue fund to pay for that ambulance. You're just looking
No,
at the first year, right?
well, that's my intent, is we would make those lease payments from that revenue.
Then you'd have to put on an article, warrant article again, follow it, ask voter approval. Because it's a special revenue fund, as we just discussed. It needs voter approval. I would think that would be like every other lease.
But
would be some part of
the
operating
lease,
budget.
Dick talks about $238,100,
I didn't know
which
you
is
could
the three-
obligate.
which is the 3 years
I
payments.
didn't know you could obligate that for the next 3 to 5 years.
If we don't, then how,
Because then it would become part of the operating.
so what if the voters say no the second year? Do we-
Then
That's the,
Then the operating budget has the lease payment for that year, and then the warrant article says if this warrant article passes, the operating budget would reduce by X number of dollars.
I don't understand the money coming out of the special revenue.
The way
Because
we're-
you'd like the money to be built up in that fund for purchasing something, it's not necessarily leasing something.
The white ambulance that we did came from there. The ambulance, the older ambulance that we're replacing, we did set it up the same way, that for 7 years payments, you took 24,000 something out of there every single year to pay for that.
Out of what?
The special revenue.
The warrant article's asking for the full amount, for 200.
Well,
Yeah, we
always
financed
raise
the last one for
total
7
amount.
years.
Lease payments are, once the first year is approved, I was always under the assumption that from that point on, it would be part of the operating budget as a debt, like we have, if you look at the operating budget,
Debt
there's
service.
a lease payment in there for the grader.
Well, isn't that what the escape clause language is? Requires you to go back yearly to authorize a payment?
Well, it doesn't have to if it's in the operating budget, because it's a contractual obligation, it will always be there, whether it's a default budget or not.
Yeah, I don't think we were ever looking to put.
Basically, we were looking at doing the same thing we did with the older ambulance, the one that's being replaced, as Naomi said. That was bought by taking lease payments out of the special revenue fund. And it wasn't approved each year, it was approved up front, and then those payments were made out of that fund. Now, the points you bring up are good ones. Perhaps we've got to look at the wording of this so that, but DRA
DRA is
has already
good with it,
approved
right.
the
And we did talk
wording.
about them as the intent of the full amount
I understand, but we did change it. I mean, it is to be raised by taxation, remember? I mean, that was a modification to that particular article. And you know, people seeing that and understanding it, but also knowing that there's a possibility we could use the special replacement vehicle fund to offset that for the first year. I didn't realize it was gonna be a continuous payment from that, because if that article doesn't pass, then the voters are on the hook for that, and then it will be part of the operating budget. It isn't contingent any longer. The ambulance is to raise and appropriate the total amount. Yeah, we're gonna lease it, but if that article didn't pass, that means the voters, it'll be in the operating budget the following year as a contractual obligation. Rather than letting that fund build up for purchase rather than lease. But it's however you wanna do it. I think there's two ways you can go with that. And you might be forced into one if the voters for some reason don't approve the first one. That still could pass, and you could still get the ambulance. Obviously, no money coming out of the fund to support that. It would be operational. Thanks.
You know, one last thing, and only because, I bring it up tonight, only because I think you post the warrant tonight?
No,
Oh,
Next week.
next week.
Tonight's the
Well-
last night for change, you know.
Next to the last article, about safety improvements of the firing range, I honestly didn't hear much discussion on that. I know you contacted the town's attorney, and I think the response from her was that any of her clients in the towns do not have a public firing range, I guess.
That she does, correct.
Pardon me?
The ones that she
Right,
handles,
right.
correct.
You know, this here would be a much better petition warrant article than something sponsored by the selectmen. Because I'll tell you why. And I heard the few people in the past, they came in and spoke that they shoot, and they'd like to have the firing range, you know, take their son there. And I'm not critical of that at all. When I first moved into town, my father and I used to go to Burt Brown's gravel pit and shoot. The only restriction he had, he didn't want glass, because he sells gravel, so cans. But, you know, if this were to pass, several things strike me. There always has to be, I think, ideally, there should be a cost to benefit ratio. All right? $100,000, how many people is it gonna really benefit? All right? What type of benefit is gonna be? It says open to the public. Well, when I first saw that, I thought of the movie, not that I saw it, but Field of Dreams. You know, build it and they will come. All right? Is the public, is it gonna be Weare residents only? You'll never be able to monitor that, I'm sure. So you're gonna attract people from all around. All right? And for me, as a taxpayer, I don't want to assume the cost of liability. We have enough liability costs as it is now. I think you're opening up a can of worms to sponsor this. As I say, if somebody wanted to do it as a petitioned article, they have the right to do it. They can get the signatures that they want, and they can speak to it if it's written this way. You know, I think if the police department is still using the Goffstown Fish and Game, and that can continue somehow, I think that would take care of the police department to do what they need. Of course, they have to be, the police department would have to be respectful of, you know, an over amount of noise, I would say. Probably the chief would, you know, put on notice for that too. But I would like the board of selectmen to rethink that and just eliminate it. And if you get complaints, tell the people, do a petition article next year. the liability and who is the public. You know, you're gonna have some local residents come in, you know, that wanna use it. They're gonna have a big, 4th of July get-together, or a family reunion, say, well, let's go to the firing range. And I know they can be, you know, it can be probably locked out in times, and I know you can, you know, regulate, but it's gonna be tough. They can always walk underneath a gate, that's for sure, especially a barred gate as opposed to a chain link fence gate. So, I don't like the idea, and I don't want the liability, and I don't think any board, whoever's sitting there, should be saddled with, you know, the prospects of liability. Let's see, if you wanna take some time to respond, okay, but I thought that you had to post this tonight, that's why I brought it up.
I guess we can just jump around the articles, whatever.
Yeah.
Piques our interest. I think somebody wanted to go in order. I don't agree with the last article anymore. I agree with the intent. Yes, but I don't agree that it should be a warrant article. That's one on broadcasting. It sounds like the board's coming down with a heavy hand on these boards and committees. I don't agree that it needs to be a warrant article. I think the board or the town administrator should, maybe we haven't had luck in the past, but I think for the most part, most people do. I understand there's an issue with the finance committee, which is kind of a unique committee, never been considered a town committee. In the true sense of the word, it's been a committee appointed by the town moderator, separate from the board of selectmen to some extent. It's certainly an important committee. But there's nothing preventing somebody from the cable committee going up there and recording their meetings for rebroadcast. Nothing at all. So that could be done. I mean, what do you do if they don't? You're saying they will be required to broadcast. What if they say, well, I'm not gonna do it? What are you gonna do? You have nothing you can do, right? I don't see it, I just see it as kind of a negative thing to the people who volunteer. I think the planning board certainly meets here, broadcast, zoning board does, even the cable committee does. I just I don't see the need for it to be an article in warrant. What are you gonna do if they don't? That to me is it's kind of hit home. To me is that this is serious. You want it done. What are you gonna do if they don't? There's nothing. So what's the difference of a warrant article or not? I was volunteer, and we met upstairs because of a convenient place to meet. There's a big table. We put several tables together. I mean, the conservation room would be one. Cable committee might want to meet in the studio upstairs, maybe more of a work session. It sounds strange, but we can't broadcast from the studio. But, you know,
Really?
maybe some point we, huh?
You really can't?
No.
Can you record for future broadcast?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then you're covered.
Yeah. But, I mean, I just don't, I mean, I spent the weekend with another member of the committee. She had TV next door, and, you know, committee members put a lot of time in offline, and I think forcing them to do this is, I think it's too heavy-handed by the board. I understand why, but I think, you know, just talk to them. If not, and it's important, then John Lawton, I'm sure, would be more than happy about me recording for the cable committee for rebroadcast.
Keith,
Yes.
I just have a suggestion. We have department heads waiting to kind of respond to their articles. If we could go to those articles and then It'll help them to get some rest.
Yeah, the way I see it, we've discussed the CBA. We've not discussed non-union raises, but that's not a department head. We've discussed per diem EMS, ambulance, forestry. We've not discussed Jaws of Life. We'll start there.
You're gonna
Anybody have
discuss it, or you have any questions?
Anybody have any questions on the Jaws of Life article? Okay. The article for 3 additional full-time officers. Anybody have any questions on that one?
It's crazy.
Are there any of the fire department ones left after that?
I think so.
Yeah, I guess the question's why?
What's that?
Why?
Why?
Why do we need 3 additional officers?
This is in a response. This is in a response to people requesting 24/7 coverage, and in order to get that, the thinking is 3 additional full-time officers to make that happen are needed.
What people?
Well,
Was
we've
there a
had-
representative sample of the town? Was there a vote
We've-
taken? Was there a poll taken? Was it in line at the Dunkin' Donuts, or, I mean, I don't get it. I've come in here and talked about 24-hour coverage, I just third shift because I wanna know what your plan was. I asked the board in the middle of the year, what are you doing about 24-hour coverage? Nothing, we haven't talked to the chief about it. We've been told by the chief that, everyone in this town is protected 24/7, 365. Because the state police is providing coverage on that shift. You know that shift is rife for problems. People being out, abusing the shift, not actually showing up for work. That's when we have a full-time shift. But, you know, the cost associated with those 3 officers is $116,000 is probably not full cost. So I'd like to know why we need 3. We've been operating without a 3rd shift for well over a year. How many calls have we gotten during that period? I've heard no justification for the 3rd shift. No justification. And it's kind of late in the game to go into this without even having a justification. How many calls have we had for service those during those, other than somebody's dog bark? It's a lot of money and a big commitment to the town, and we don't even have a full staff. Matter of fact, I don't believe this chief has ever worked a month or a week or a day with a full staff. And we're asking for additional officers. I don't think we even know what it's like to work with a full staff. And in addition to hiring part-time, these part-time people that we're hiring, according to the operating budget, appear to be full-time individuals, working 32 hours a week. I mean, with $70-something thousand proposed. I know he outlined how many officers he needs, but I've never heard somebody say why we need the 3rd shift, other than, well, we can hire more people, good luck with that. We have 3 openings, I'm sure we've had at least 1 opening for several months. We've had an opening for an administrative assistant for several months, we can't even fill that. I don't see it even advertised on the town website under employment. Positions aren't even advertised there. Where are they being advertised? More importantly, speak to the article, why? Why do we need a 3rd shift? And if you tell me, or somebody says, well, because people have said that, that doesn't justify the 3rd shift. How many people? Who are they? Do they come in here and speak about it? Keith, I mean, I was at the November hearing.
You heard it there.
I didn't hear from the majority of people, that's for sure.
Then,
And there was a statement made right after that meeting.
then it wouldn't pass then.
Then there was a statement made that we're protected 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a week. We're protected.
If you'd like some more backup as to number of calls, I mean, I think that's what you're asking, right?
I'm asking for the justified, why we need 3rd shift. What's the justification for 3rd shift? Not, well, this may happen, or this could happen, or a group of terrorists show up. You know, we all have our Area 15, so we'll just shoot them. I mean, I just want to know why we need a third shift. Justification, should be able to justify it. Based on the number of calls. So should I be asking, chief?
I'm gonna ask the chief to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've made no bones about this since the beginning of this conversation, really in August of last year when we started the budget development. And Dick is absolutely correct that this is entirely driven by people that have approached me in public settings. I don't go to Dunkin' Donuts, but I do frequent that parking lot for sandwiches at the Subway every once in a while. But also in public events where I've been asked over and over and over again for 24-hour service. So my question is, if this public hearing is representative of the community's desire, and one or two people can occupy your time for hours on end, and influence how these articles, then shouldn't the voters have the opportunity to speak to whether or not we have full-time 24-hour service? That is, based on what I've heard in meetings like this over the last year, really the only way this town does its business is by letting the voters decide this issue. So if the people are coming to me informally, and we have presented them with the opportunity to come forward formally, then I think that it's up to the voters.
And this is what it would take to have 24-hour,
Yes, sir, it would.
7-day week coverage.
Yes, sir, it would.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
No, it answers, I guess, what his perception of, I don't know how many people come up to him, many, 3, I don't know, 5. Does that represent the town? Well, he indicated, let people take up hours of your time. Where are people that participate? You know, we come here for a reason. For him to make a comment like that you're allowing people to take up hours of your time? Where are the people that are supporting this 24-hour coverage? But more importantly, what's its justification for it? People's perception that something's gonna happen at 3 o'clock in the morning, they're worried, they're afraid. They think a police officer here in town is gonna solve their problem. When they ask him that question, does he respond by saying, we're covered, you're protected, 24/7, 365 days a year, you're protected. I don't think he says that to them.
Well, I support the article, you know. I didn't speak to the chief at Subway, but I do support the article. And there are, in my mind, a number of issues. If the state police are the backup for the town during that time, it doesn't mean that they're patrolling in town. It means that there's an availability, but that availability may be further away than an emergency would warrant. And, you know, when the chief presents us the types of cases that are dealt with, near the top of the list is domestic violence. And I don't think everybody goes to sleep at a certain amount of time and wakes up at a certain hour so that violence does not occur in the wee hours of the morning. Or it doesn't mean that there aren't drunk drivers going through town at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I believe that the round-the-clock coverage is important to have officers as close by and as close on call as possible. If there's a domestic violence issue, if there's a drunk driving issue, or whatever it may be, it's our responsibility to support that level of safety in the community, and that's my point of view on that, and why that I'm supporting it.
Well, both you and I, both other members of the board, have seen how that has worked in the past. Now, I wouldn't feel any safer 3 years ago having 24-hour coverage. I'd probably feel less safe. You've seen the abuse with that shift.
I know, but we're changing, and we really are changing.
Well, I don't see the need to spend that amount of money for those number of hours just in case something may happen.
But that's what it's all about. We hope nothing happens. We hope nothing happens during the day. We hope nothing, that there's not a speeder in town. We hope that there's not a domestic violence issue in town. We hope that there's not a burglary in town, whether it's noon or midnight. But that's why we have a police force, because it might happen.
I agree, and I think there are certain times of the day that's more likely to happen. And I don't think it's more likely to happen at 3 o'clock in the morning than at all.
Dick, I'll speak firsthand to this. We got an EMS call for a domestic at 3:30 in the morning. We were told to stage and wait.
Mhm.
The ambulance waited an hour for state police to clear us to go in
Okay.
to a domestic assault
Hmm.
on a person. Is that adequate response? Because the 3 troopers that came were all around the supporting the B barracks area. Limeboro, who knows where they are? But it took 45 minutes, almost an hour, for us to get in there. And I don't think that that's acceptable.
Well, I don't either.
Okay.
But how do you justify that with the statement from the chief of police? That we're covered, you're protected.
There's
24
varying states of coverage,
Yeah,
Dick.
we do have
Obviously,
coverage.
You're protected, what does that mean?
There's
Well, you're gonna have to
varying
wait 2
states of
hours?
coverage. We do have backup coverage.
Well, why can't we do that with some personnel? We have personnel that live in town, right? Police personnel. Why can't we work, have you looked at any alternatives other than hiring 3 individuals to cover that shift? Have you looked at any other alternatives?
Haven't thought to look to ask the current police officers who are already working overtime to cover the shifts they're covering, to consider covering overnight shifts.
Are you gonna base your decision on an inadequate number of people because we can't fill those shifts?
Basing on the realities of today.
The realities of today, we don't have a full staff.
That's
And
right.
we haven't had one for over a year. How do we know? In the past, we've had the number of officers we have right now that we're entitled to,
Right,
provided coverage for the 3rd shift.
right, and you remember the overtime it took to make that happen.
That's right, and
It's
adding
unacceptable.
adding more officers does not mean there's not gonna be more overtime. There may be more people that have to be covered if they're out sick. I mean, there've been studies done on that. Adding additional officers, thinking that it's gonna solve a problem with overtime. They don't equate. So, I mean, we've been operating that way for a number of years with the same number of officers covering the 3rd shift. And it's not satisfactory you have to wait that long to get in there. But are there any alternatives, other than hiring people who are not, I don't know how many calls you get like that in the course of the year. Hopefully there are very few. But if you're gonna have people hanging around just waiting, being paid $116,000 plus, I don't see that as a good insurance policy. I would rather have somebody look at alternatives. And I asked you that mid-year, have you started talking about 3rd shift? And you hadn't. You said you haven't. I think that requires some kind of discussion. Then we would know, just like we knew with the failed noise ordinance, how people feel about this, how many people on the excellent group of people together to work on something, like they did with the new building. I don't think this is acceptable to say, well, I had a number of people come up and talk to me. Why don't you have a forum? Why don't you have a discussion about it?
Well, we're gonna have a forum, it's gonna be the deliberative session.
That's
And
right.
the second forum is gonna be
And I hope there's some
the
information
meeting number 2.
provided at that forum, being the deliberative sessions. People are gonna say, yeah, 3rd shift, definitely. All right, well, tell me how many calls you make, the 3rd shift, how much it's gonna cost you. And, thanks.
Want to respond?
While we've been chatting, I've had my phone blow up a little bit. And it turns out that in 2015, between 3 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the morning, the state police have responded to 148 calls for service in the town. 17 of those are motor vehicle accidents, and speaking specifically to your concerns about domestics, 4 of them were domestic violence.
Can you repeat those, Jermaine?
Sure. 148 calls for service, 17 motor vehicle crashes, and 4 domestic violence calls.
And that was in 2015.
15.
Why can't that information be provided? It seems like we have to draw it up, it's like drawing water out of a rock.
Information like that was provided when the chief had done a presentation. I remember he projected on the wall a PowerPoint that had calls for service for the year, broken out into the different categories. I don't know if you were at that meeting, but that was provided. It was done here at a meeting in public.
In the Times.
What's that?
In the Times,
And the times?
for service.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was broken out as to the time of day, but, I mean, there's information was presented.
Start talking about the official service. What if 90% of the calls are during the day?
I'd just like to state that, back when Chief Began was the chief of police here, and this article passed for 24/7, I know we were probably at that meeting where a lot of us were, and that was instituted. Chief Began came through with a plan that he needed 11 officers to provide the 724. I don't know what plan Chief Began had as compared to what we have now, but what's changed? Why do we need more than 11 to do it? And second of all, we haven't been able to get to 11 in this town. It just seems like we never can seem to get to the 11 officers. Now we're asking them to go to 14. I'd like to see us at least try the 11, see what we can do with it before we commit to 14, and see if we can keep 11 and provide the service with 11. If we can't, if the overtime dramatically goes up because of that, then we can readdress it. But I think the misleading part of this, and it's always the case, and it's not anyone's fault here, but the article states $16,000, but in the print to the right of that, that's for 6 months coverage, so we're really talking over $232,000. That's a pretty good chunk of change. So I think we need to, before we jump into that pool, we probably ought to do a little research on it, you know. Let's see if we can get to 11 officers first.
Just one response, John, and Chief Began almost immediately, like within the next year or within 2 years, came back to us. He used something I believe was called the Bartello formula for the number of police officers needed in a community of a certain size. But he was telling us that he did not have the number of officers needed in order to provide the coverage for the town. He brought it up at least twice, maybe more, but then the recession came along and he dropped off and didn't present it anymore. But Chief Kelly's not the first chief to ask for additional officers, and even though his presentation used a different approach, it was the same thing. Began was saying we should have 14 officers. Valleca was going higher than that when he was here for a short time in order to provide the proper coverage. So, it's not one person asking. There's a history to it. That's all I'm saying. And I understand exactly what you're saying about needing to fill the slots and make sure we can get the officers. But I felt for a long time that we needed not only the 24-hour coverage, but we needed more officers to do it effectively.
Anybody else for this article? Okay.
Chairman, I'm gonna ask that we move on to the road construction and table the police cruisers until after we do the next 3 articles due to Public Works Director Redmond probably being up close to 24 hours.
Okay.
With the impending storm that we had.
Okay, can do that. Road reconstruction article.
Thank you, Selectman Hipler. I'd just like to say that when this was discussed at Capital Improvements Committee, it was raised slightly because the gas tax increase that we received this year from 6 cent per gallon increase in the gas tax. That's why it's a little higher than it was last year. The town portion remained the same as last year's article. Based on everything that we do with the money, paving, roadside mowing, and all different things, we have a lot of people call in that want to know when their road's going to get paved. And I've had the unfortunate job of having to tell them the truth. Your road may never be paved at this funding rate. So the taxpayers in Weare did not see an increase in their tax bill for road reconstruction this year. But going down the road, I think a greater commitment to the road reconstruction program will benefit more of the residents in town that will be driving on their lousy road for the next 10 or 15 years before it will ever come into the cycle to be repaired. Thank you.
Any questions about the road reconstruction article? Loader replacement article.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This article is very, very important to the Highway Department. Presently, our loader is a 2004 Hyundai. It has over 11,000 hours on it. If we keep it, we're gonna need to buy 4 new tires at approximately $12,000. The pins and bushings in the loader bucket need to be replaced, if not line board, and that's a $4,000 to $5,000 job. This is the second new bucket that's on this machine. It's already been replaced once. There's probable motor work when an engine surpasses the 10,000 hour mark. And I would expect major expenses plus unknown problems. Most of this heavy equipment's useful life ends after 10,000 hours. There was a prior period when the loader was out of service prior to my employment here for an extended period of time. And we just had a major problem with the loader prior to this weekend's storm. Saturday's storm was a 16-hour storm. We did not have a loader available. Our loader has been broken since last week. We have been having problems with the injection pump and the timing system. Not able to get it repaired in-house. We're trying to do it as cheap as possible. So that resulted in us being required to hire a rental loader from a local contractor for 16 hours on Saturday. We had a storm this morning. It started at 11:10 when the police department notified me that the roads were covered with snow. I called the crew out around 2:30. So we had another 6 hours of rental time on the loader today. So at present, we've rented an outside contractor's loader for 22 hours at an approximate cost of $2,700. This money's gonna come directly out of the highway budget. I really hope that the Finance Committee can see their way clear to recommend this article. If we do not move forward with the loader replacement, we are going to be spending some serious money on that 2004 loader in the very near future. So rather than spend good money for a bad machine, I seriously hope that the Finance Committee will get behind this article and recommend it for us. Thank you.
Any questions from the public on the loader article?
The sarcasm.
I just wanted to ask Tim on this, it's like with the grader had a trade-in value. Does this have a trade-in value, or is that included in the price you have here?
The price represented in the article is the full purchase price of the machine. There is presently a trade-in value on our loader. That was prior to it being broken down. We're going to spend money to fix it. The replacement price of $185 does not include the trade. The trade could reduce the price by as much as $20,000 when the time comes to actually purchase the loader. But that's making the assumption that our loader is still in operating condition when it's time to trade.
What are you fixing on it now? What was the problem you had?
The injection pump vibrated loose and fell into the motor compartment. The bolts came out of the housing where it hooks onto the motor. We don't know if it's a timing issue in the case that's hooked onto the timing gear on the front of the motor, or if it's a simple case of the keyway did not stay in. But we have been working on it unsuccessfully, trying to get it back in service. In between snowstorms. And other repairs.
Any other questions on the loader? Skid steer. Any questions from the public on the skid steer warrant article?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, before I leave, hopefully, one other article that we deal with is the hazardous waste day. The appropriation for $7,000 is the same as last year. We did exceed that this year. We had a
We
contract.
raised it.
Oh, we did
We raised it by
Neil?
1,000. We went from 6,000 to 7,000.
Okay, good. Thank you for doing that, because we did exceed it. But we did have a not-to-exceed contract with the vendor, and they did not get paid the difference. Thank you.
Are there any other articles for highway?
Nope. We can go back to the cruiser, and then you can go to.
Okay.
Thank you, Tim.
Police cruiser article. Any questions on the warrant article for 3-year lease purchase agreements for 5 new police cruisers?
Are we allowed to ask questions?
You are.
Okay, we're finished time.
If you'd like to ask a question, you can approach the podium and ask a question. Anybody else?
I think that's all. I think that's the last one Sean had, right?
Keith, I just do that one.
Okay.
I don't print that. I see they're looking for five new cruisers. Presently, we have how many?
I think 9.
9.
9. With these 5 new ones, how many are we gonna retire out of those 9?
7.
We're gonna keep 2. We trade in 7 out of the 9. We trade in 7 out of the 9
7 for 5.
and keep 2.
Okay, so we're gonna keep the 2 newest ones, the Explorer and the whatever the other thing is.
I believe it was the ACO car, wasn't it? Chief, it was the ACO car, correct?
That's correct. Yes. Yes, sir. You gonna keep that one?
Yes.
So you're just keeping the Explorer there? Out of the present?
Yeah, it's a 2013 Explorer.
Everything else is going and you're gonna have these 5, is that correct?
That's
That's all.
I'd just like to put in my 2 cents. I'd just like to emphasize that this is a replacement plan. It's a long-range plan. It goes further than just, let's go buy a cruiser, or let's buy 5 cruisers. It's a thought-out plan that rotates the fleet in a way in the future where you get a substantial trade-in value, and you're not looking at running something into the ground and then buying it at full value. So I believe I'm very much behind that for that reason. Not only that we need different cars than we have, but that it's a plan for the future.
No other questions on police cruisers? Okay.
Chase Park. Moving on.
Chase Park renovations warrant article.
Your jacket, you might be a little chilly.
I remember when I got outside. Wouldn't have fit anybody else either.
Okay, I don't see any questions about the Chase Park warrant article. Bolton Field Development. Anyone have any questions on that one? Okay. Library, article for the library, increasing staff hours. Christine, would you like to speak to it, or just wait if anyone has a question?
Yeah, just for the record, I'll just tell you, because
She said here.
it's been said that people should know what they're voting on. And I'll start by saying Nick Manolis from Primex used to train, and we had a workshop that said that people appreciate raises, and they are very happy when they get one, but more than raises, working conditions determine retention and determine the staff morale, and we need this desperately for staff morale. The public is coming to us. Libraries, in case anybody doesn't know, they're not book museums anymore. There's a social expectation that's coming on strong, and people want programs for all ages. But our staff we're understaffed, who isn't? And they can't add any more duties to anybody's job, because we're already doing more than we can, and I do thank my very high-performing staff that wants to serve the public in great ways. But what we need to get is desk coverage so that people who are highly trained don't have to do the check-ins and check-outs. They can do programs. We have a wonderful children's assistant. She does great programs for kids, but she can't do school-age kids because we have to bring in substitutes to cover the desk. So a lot of this would be desk coverage. Some of it would be additional staff in the summer when our circulation literally doubles. And we all just kind of crawl home exhausted at night because we're doing all the jobs and people are on vacation. And lastly, we would bring somebody in for a specific number of hours to plan teenage programs, of which we have none right now. Probably for the younger teens. The older ones maybe have jobs, but younger teens, adults, and seniors, we would have, and I've got a formula here, which I will bring to the deliberative session if anybody has any questions. And we are beating the drum to get the whole public out to the deliberative session for the reasons that this board has just stated tonight. We really need to have the people vote on setting the warrant. So that's where they can decide what they like and what they don't like.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions on this warrant article?
I only have one question, I don't have to work. Is that figure in here, is that for 9 months or 12 months?
I'll give you the formula.
John Lawton asked if the,
It's not for months, it's for hours, John.
Yeah, I got that, it's probably 26 hours, something like that, right?
360 hours annually.
Yeah, 426.
So the cost of the warrant article, $4,520, is for 426
26.
hours. Article for cemetery construction. No questions?
That was a yearly cost on the 4,500?
She's getting it.
I have the hours. 312 hours at $9.79 for the children's room. 48 hours, and that would be 6 hours a week. $9.79 for 48 hours to just have additional coverage available in the summer, April through July, on call.
Christine, I don't need all that.
Yeah.
The thing, in most of these warrant articles, when we include a dollar amount with it, it usually establishes, in case of employees like the police or fire or something, it's a 9-month figure. I was just asking if the 4520 stated in this article, is that a 9-month figure or is that a 12-month figure?
Well, it would be a 9-month.
It'd be a 9-month.
It would be a 9-month, but some of these are not for every month. That's why I gave you the breakout, because what we need is based on how many people are on vacation and what else is going on. And this year, we didn't have that. And whenever one of our staff goes off-site to do programs, we then have to pay people to come in. And then the one for the adult and children's programming would be for X number of hours to be scheduled.
If I understand your question, John, I'm gonna try to ask it a different way. Next year, is the cost gonna be $4,520, or will it be that plus the 3 months or whatever is missing from this first year?
I don't think anything would be added.
Okay.
It would
That
stay-
is
it
the
would
full
stay where
cost
it is.
annually.
Yeah.
So the 4,520 is a 12-month figure then?
Well, it's a fixed cost.
However she uses it is up
Yeah.
to her.
It's a fixed cost. Let's
The
put it
needs are
that way.
different, she just said, in the summer versus the winter, so.
Yeah, I don't want to bring people in to do nothing. I want to bring them in when they're desperately needed, so.
I didn't see a whole lot of jumping for the cemetery construction article. Cypre, any questions on that? I don't anticipate many, but. Fireworks, one article for fireworks. Gordon Brown lease. No questions on that one? Conservation Town Forester. Conservation Purchase Town Forest Land.
Do we know if there's any particular piece of property they're looking at, or is
They
it just
haven't.
to have that in reserve?
The question is if we know if there's a piece of property in mind. Usually, this is to fund the money so that if something comes up, they have it available. We discussed the article for the safety improvements to the firing range.
I'd like to bring that back up, if I may.
You have a question on that one? Okay.
Okay, were you talking to me or Dick?
You wanna go? You can go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to reconsider having this on the warrant. And some of the reasons have been stated tonight. Some others I've shared with the board. But the big ones are the liability issue, I think, is a real issue. And even though we don't have an insurance cost, I think that the liability issue could result in some substantial costs to the town, has been and I think it was brought up tonight that I didn't even think of, is how do you restrict it to use only by Weare residents?
By stating that's open to Weare residents only.
The other thing that concerns me is when I look at putting $100,000 into this article, where we really don't have a plan. It's a plan to create a shooting range, really, because there's not much there. If there was something there and we were looking at putting $5,000 into improvements on an existing project, then I certainly wouldn't have any objections to that. But to put in $100,000 to basically build a shooting range without having a plan in hand and with the other questions that have been brought up, I truly feel it kind of undermines our credibility in asking voters for money in putting that in when there's so many other important things on the warrant that really need our overwhelming support. So, I don't know where I'd go, but I indicated in an email to people, if you got it, that I was going to bring this up for reconsideration, and that's what I'm doing now. I would like a revote on whether or not this should be on the warrant, and I would propose in a motion that we remove the article for which is identified here as safety improvements to the firing range.
That was a motion, Tom?
Pardon me?
That was a motion?
That was a motion.
I would second that.
Okay, let's open the discussion.
And just as same as last week, same concerns Tom have as I have. Again, not knowing what the anticipated cost would actually be from a contractor or otherwise, we could be opening a huge can of worms down there as far as unknown, and also would $100,000 complete the task? I'm not so sure. So I am not in support of having this article on the warrant until further research is done.
The concerns about liability, we've had this firing range isn't new. We've had a firing range in town for a long time. Primex has known about it. They've covered us. We haven't had claims due to misuse at a firing range. I've done some research about safety on firing ranges, on use of firearms in general. It's one of the safest things you can do. To close down a firing range without having any kind of public discussion about it, and then putting it on the warrant just to pull it after people have the chance to get a petition warrant article, I don't think is fair. And we did get a ballpark number on what it would take to fix it, and it isn't rebuilding it from new. It is increasing the size of the berms. It sounds like it's site work to me. Primex gave us a round number of 80 to 100,000 to make improvements that they think would probably suffice. We don't know. It's an unknown. It's construction, just like the highway garage is construction. We don't have. It's not like buying something off the shelf at Walmart. It's not a fixed number. It's an idea about how much up to it may cost to make it so that it's a safe place to continue using. So I don't understand the concerns. I don't understand what the huge risks are when it's one of the safest activities that there are. It's safer than youth sports, by far.
The money is a concern to me. It's an awful lot of money. And if you look at something like the article on Bolton Field, for example, that's part of a long-range plan. There was a plan put together and presented to the board years ago on that, and the idea was the concept was to build that in intervals until it was complete. So, the parking and drainage is one of the pieces of a bigger plan. It isn't something that came up in 1 year. And I just weigh the different articles that we have here, and when you look at that $100,000, $80,000 to $100,000 range, and look at what we're asking for in other areas that rely on providing safety in the three major departments and providing recreation. I mean, even the rebuilding at Chase Park is only 27,000 or something in that area. To me, with in my mind the number of people that it would serve and the other issues that have already been brought up, and I won't repeat them myself, I just don't think it's responsible for us as a board to put this article forward. And that's nothing personal. It's just that's my belief.
Well, I think there's a couple of things that I have to add too. Is the only reason that shooting range was closed was only due to vandalism. So, let's hope that the vandalism doesn't get to the point where Chase Park gets closed, and the public can use that as well. That's the only reason it got closed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this discussion. Just so happened the chief decided that he didn't want to rebuild that, what was damaged down there. And had he just gone down and stuck some more 4x4s in the ground and rebuilt it, we wouldn't be sitting here asking for anything. But then it went out to Primex, and I spoke with Primex, someone at Primex, and they said that both Sean Kelly and Naomi have a copy of the report, which we were trying to get so that we could put that a number to a more definite number to that. So that we could have a little more detail as to what needs to be done, and unfortunately I don't have that. But that's why we have an up to amount. I believe we can get this done for a heck of a lot less than what we're. But that's what Primex number came to, was somewhere around $80,000 to $100,000. To me, building the berms up with that. I think we have the equipment down there to build the berms up. I don't think there's an issue with moving a little bit of dirt around and making it a safe place for people to centralize, centralize the, go to a central place where people can go fire guns for periods of time without having to have backyard firing ranges, which can be built very simply, but this way it keeps the noise to a central location. It keeps all aspects, safety, all to a centralized location. But that's my point on it. It's an up to amount, and I think we can get it done for a lot less.
Any other discussion?
I just I don't think that we had a legal firing range there to begin with, according to that 1992 article that Naomi found that said no shooting on public
At
land.
some
Whether it was
point, then it was
legal or
good.
not, it's been being used
Yeah.
for 15 years
Right.
plus, and the Primex has been down there many a times and not asked us to shut it down. The only reason it's been shut down is because it got vandalized and then it got brought to their attention.
Do you know if there's ever been a claim down there? An
I've never
insurance
seen a
claim
report that I supposedly have either.
That according to Primex, it's been sent
Yeah,
to
I'll
both.
make a note. I don't never receive it, because I would have shared it with you.
Hmm.
Sean, what have I thought too?
I meant to ask
Yeah.
before I left, but unfortunately.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Well, this is regarding the motion first.
Yeah.
We'll be
Gotta
discussing.
revote.
I think we should let the people vote on it.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Keith.
Our motion is to remove the article.
Right.
Sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
No.
Gee, I was gonna say I really appreciate that.
How much am I in for?
3-2.
Go ahead, Steve.
Well, maybe I fell asleep
Great.
because I didn't know that you were actually gonna do this. I missed the motion. I thought you were still discussing.
We were discussing whether or not we want to pull it off the.
Yeah, so
the board.
my understanding of this budget hearing would be that we would have public input, and then you could make decisions on whether you wanted to amend or change articles, et cetera. So
There'd be
I
no public input
apologize.
required if it got pulled off, that's
Okay.
all.
And so my comments on this particular article is gonna lead to something else, but I do wanna address this. In having worked on the garage committee and doing research, that Lori did on the previous meetings, and that had been put forward and failed, a couple of times, it appeared that a lot of the questions that had come up at the previous deliberative sessions and discussions hadn't been well addressed. I'm not saying it wasn't a good job, but the information that was asked wasn't provided. And this sounds like one of those that I'm hearing $100,000. And so in the broader picture going on to the budget, that's a good amount of money. And you can say, well, we can do it for a lot less, but what the voters are gonna go in the booth with is that $100,000. And we do have some substantial increases in expenditures that, we really need in the town. My biggest fear is that we don't get an approved budget, both as a resident needing town services and as a person who helps manage one of the budgets in the fire department. We really, really need to get an approved budget this year, and so I'm asking the selectmen and the finance committee to get together. This year, I've been more involved in the budget process than I have in the past. And because of having to go to CIP and everything, but I really feel that whatever it takes, the finance committee and the selectmen need to work together. And if that takes a sit down and negotiate to make it happen, to get both boards to approve the budget going on the ballot, I think that's really important. And I would appreciate, that process, however it happens, to be accomplished so that we can get an approved budget, if at all possible. So that's all I have to say. Any questions of me?
I don't think that, well, I don't know if that's even legal to go and, everything has to be done in public. So we have our meetings, we
Okay.
discuss the budget.
Sure.
Finance committee can stand right there, any member of the public, any member of the finance committee can stand right where you are now. Ask us questions, let us know what they would be and wouldn't be willing to support. I mean, it's gotta be all
However it
open.
has to happen legally is fine with me, but I just like to see it happen and make sure that we get an approved town budget. I'd hate to see, you know, a couple of little things that could be worked so that everybody could support it, to get it done. That's all I'm asking. Thanks.
Anybody else had any other discussion on the article for safety improvements to the firing range?
I said it last week, and I'm really not happy with the Board of Selectmen. Your job is to be stewards of this town. And you say, gee, we've never had anybody shot down there. I don't think we've ever in the history of this town had the number of lawsuits that we've had in the last 3 years. And yet you people do not like to make decisions. I've seen a lot of abstentions this year. I've heard a lot about we need time to reflect. But when it comes to actually having work sent and being ready for meetings, people haven't always read their things. You're putting out a figure that Primex thinks. Primex's job is not to build shooting ranges. That is not their forte. They do not have an expert in the field. The one department that does is called the NRA. You haven't talked to them. And building berms, you don't just pile a bunch of gravel. Gun laws. The Second Amendment is very important in this state and across the United States. People here love their guns. I'm very fond of mine. But we don't just have little guns. More than a few of us have something that's bigger than this and bigger than this. They shoot some serious ammunition, gentlemen. And some of these guns can shoot several thousand yards. And they can blow through any gravel berm that you build. And just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it won't. You have a transfer station down there. You have the highway department. We've had a handful of people generated an ordinance for a sound ordinance that we have been battling the past 2 years. And their big whine is people shooting guns. You do realize that a gun range is going to have guns being shot. And the statement is, we're going to collect them over here. So does that mean that, oh, hey, maybe we're going to pass an ordinance that means you can't shoot them anywhere else? That's a big worry I've got. But the biggest worry is, who's going to manage this range? Because you cannot trust people on a town range. How many towns in this state have a public range? Have any of you got a town that does? That can back it up and say, hey, it doesn't cost us any money. The insurance companies aren't worried. We have range officers. Has anybody got those figures?
I know Seabrook has one. I don't know the details of how it's operated, but I know they have one.
You know they have one. There's no details, Keith.
That's right.
You do not make decisions without details. It's bad business. Your job is to put forth facts and figures. That's what we're electing you for. We expect when you put warrants on for us to vote on, that you've researched them, that you've done your homework, that you can discuss the facts. I should not have to keep having somebody refer to the police chief, the fire chief. By the time you've gone through all the presentations with them, yeah, they can be asked by us, but I expect my Board of Selectmen to articulate fairly well what is going on. And I see a board that keeps referring to, well, he's standing behind you, he's in the second row. Tim, can you answer? I expect my board by now to know what they're doing, and I'm not seeing that. More importantly, I see you putting at risk the town people's safety. Apparently, the lawsuits we're paying out, because we have several still in legality, you don't seem to care what the taxpayers are forking out for this. Because if you did, you wouldn't be taking this so lightly and putting forth this warrant article until you had cold, hard facts by experts. And that really concerns me. It concerns me about who's making the decisions. Are you really dedicated to serving this town, or is it just because, hey, it hasn't happened, this is good? That's not your job. Your job is to protect this town. and you're not doing it.
Thank you. Anybody else in firing range?
We changed the word, John requested we change the word fire range to tennis court.
I second that.
Putting words in my mouth.
Golf course.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be hypocritical because I thought my last statement was gonna be my last statement. I stand by what I say about the firing range. And a couple of examples, I don't know the specific, but I'm sure we heard about them on the news, that there was one young girl out in the Midwest at a professional firing range with a professional person with her, firing an automatic gun. The thing gets out of control from her and kills the teacher. I think there was another incident like that too. I think it's a risk that it's going to be very, very difficult to assume the liability for. You just don't know. You'll have no way of knowing. Again, you don't have a plan. You're gonna is it going to mean hiring somebody to monitor? Maybe the one of the cops can do details. They can rotate details down there. They'd like detail money, that's for sure. That may be a possibility, but short of having somebody there to monitor it, and somebody that's reliable and knows what they're doing, still anything can happen. And if you don't have somebody monitoring, you got a couple of guys, a few guys and women together. Can't exclude them. They have a few cans of beers or take some with them. Or any other form of imbibement. Yes. I think it's the wrong decision. I'm not against guns. I'm not against shooting, but at a public level, I think it's a risk. And when it happens, some of you won't be sitting there, so you will have washed your hands of that incident when it happens, but you cannot wash your hands of the fact that you supported it. Say it's going to be petitioned, that's fine. And I wasn't indicating petition for this year. I think probably the time is either ended for petitions. I think it has.
Was Tuesday.
Okay.
Yep.
That's why I said for next year. But hopefully nothing will happen. And I think it's unfair to say, to draw a parallel to Chase Park. Chase Park is generally, when you talk about vandalism, when you have people with guns, possibly with guns, and going down there and vandalizing. I don't know that was the case, but Chase Park's a little bit different, and I think one of the major reasons that it's different is because it's surrounded by homes. Probably kids are maybe a little bit less reluctant, or grown-ups, have to include everybody, to go into a heavily populated area and do some vandalism. Not that it doesn't happen, absolutely, it does, but the chances of it are probably a little less at Chase Park.
Every day in the city of Manchester it happens.
Pardon me?
Every day in the city of Manchester it happens, which is very heavily populated.
Yeah. I'm sure it does. We're not talking about the city.
Well, I'm talking about vandalism in
Right.
populated areas.
That's it. Thanks.
Any more questions about the broadcasting meetings warrant article?
I think it's a very interesting article. You contradict yourself in your own article. You cannot ask and then require in the same article. It would have to all be in the same tenses. It's either the article requires everybody to, or it asks everybody to. You can't ask and then demand it. That's not how articles work. Your lawyer should be checking this out. It can't be worded this way. Number two, if anybody has spent any time at the meetings in town, you know that this time of year, the Finance Committee spends many evenings meeting. The Planning Board meets. The Planning Board happens to meet in this room twice a month. While we're having meetings, they're meeting. So if this were to go through, do we tell the Planning Board, hey, we're more important than you, get out? I mean, the reality is you have to start looking at the practicality. And I understand that you'd like to see more of this, but you have a lot of other committees that do not get and go on camera. You're not after them, you're after us. And everybody has the same right to attend our meetings. And it's not that I'm against making sure that people have the information. What I strongly resent as the chair of the Finance Committee is that you are focusing mainly on us, and it makes me wonder what is going on with this Board of Selectmen.
What about the people that can't come to the meeting? Don't they have the right to be able to watch it on TV?
If they want to shoot cable on us, they're more than welcome to. You have, like I said, other committees that meet.
But
that
this
are
is an important committee.
So you're saying the other committees are not?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying I think all committees should be on TV.
But if you're
whether
going...
it's recorded and broadcasted next week, every person in this town has the right to see this.
This article does not say that. Read the wording. It says they are asking that all boards, commissions, and committees. The word is ask, not demanding or requiring. Then you come down and say that they will be required. You cannot ask and require in the same warrant article.
That top line word is stating what the 2003 warrant article stated. Then
But the 2003 warrant article did not require committees.
Correct. That's the intent of this article that we're writing. We're informing the town that what currently stands on the books versus what we're trying to accomplish. And it says in that accomplishment, what we're trying to accomplish, it says, or record their meetings for later broadcast. So even if if I cannot attend your meetings because I'm a member of the planning board, I can't do it. So with that said, we would record your meeting somehow and then rebroadcast at a later date.
But again, in order to record our meetings upstairs, you, the Board of Selectmen, are going to have to do something upstairs that facilitates those meetings to be recorded. I, the Finance Committee, am not going to be doing that. Again, it's your job. If you want more than one set of meetings recorded, then it's your job as the board to make sure that more than one room has the capability to record, and you wouldn't be having the problem you have now. You've created your own problem, not us. And it's the simple fact that you have addressed nobody else but us on it. I mean, in here, you're not coming at us, but we've had this discussion, and the Finance Committee was named when this article was brought up. No other committee was. I take great exception to that. You need to own who you're focusing out on. I don't disagree that what we do isn't important. I do feel what we do is important. But you need to focus across the board and treat everybody equally, because otherwise it's a question.
Does. And in the past,
Not how you've approached it.
we've also had the same discussion with Board of Fire Wards in the past.
But
So
you
it's-
did not, when you brought this article up, you did not single any other committee out verbally on camera but the Finance Committee. And that I take exception to.
You shouldn't take it personally. It's just a
I
matter
personally
of,
don't. I do for my
Okay.
committee, and it's my job to look after a committee that works very hard to do what's best for this town and for all its members.
Just the reason, the two-part piece there, and I don't mind at all fessing up to being the person who drafted the article,
I know.
and I know you knew. The first part is encouraging all committees. And that would include things like our committee that worked on the planning of the highway garage. But there's a difference. The difference is that there are certain committees that raise to a higher level with the decisions that they make. decisions that this committee or subcommittee on the highway garage made, all has to come in here, we have to review it, accept it, and so forth. The Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, the Board of Fire Wards, the Planning Board, ZBA, these are our major groups. The Finance Committee has to be right up there with them because the decisions that are made by the Finance Committee have at least equal power with the voters on election day as the recommendations put forth by this board. So, it isn't, I don't see it as a negative. It's raising the bar for right to know. That's what it's doing. And the reason for the date in there, and again, it was an arbitrary date that I picked, the September 1st, was to give time to look at the situation to do what you are saying needs to be done. For example, the Board of Fire Wards don't meet here because we meet every Monday night, and on their night, we're at this table. So what are we going to do? What does the cable committee need for extra equipment in order to provide that ability to record so that's what that's in there for.
But again, I understand that that's all the things that need to be done, but had you brought forth the warrant article the night that you presented it, and it said, the Finance Committee isn't able to meet our requirements, neither can the Board of Fire Wards, we need to look at how do we get another room ready so that it makes it easier for all committees, and that way we can put forth a warrant article that works for everybody. That's a much different way of how you present it. It's all in the presentation. It's like in a dinner. You can either throw the food at your guests or you can politely serve it.
Depends on the culture, I guess.
I just have truly one last thing, and if you'd allow me to, probably really should come under public comment. But I think it was totally inappropriate for a police chief to say what he said about singling several people out, consuming hours and hours of your time. I won't say I'm offended, because I'm considering the source. We had one police chief a number of years back in public. He quoted me, and I can pull up the minutes, and said, well, Frank Campan is known somewhat as a cuckoo. He said that in public, okay? And that's from a guy who's supposed to be respected, or looking for respect, all right? And I didn't say anything. I had some people say, well, I should have sued him. But anyway, so I think it was totally inappropriate, and that coming from a person that I'm paying for part-time, full-time pay. And I just don't like it. And you've been more than, I've said it many times, to listen to me. You've been more than accommodating to me. And you guys want to say it to me, that might be a little different. Then I'd probably be offended. but coming from a town employee who I pay a portion of the salary, I didn't like that. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And thanks for that.
Okay.
One more.
I was about to close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Wait.
On this issue of meetings being broadcast, you haven't even discussed it with the cable committee and what's involved. Some of these meetings that are held in this room, it's going to require equipment, it's going to require time on how to remember the cable committee to go down and tape it and rebroadcast it. I mean, there's even provision there for you to tape the meeting. How are you going to tape the meeting? How are other people going to tape their meeting? You haven't even addressed that issue. I think it should be removed from the warrant, and it should be discussed with the various committees. Thanks.
Get another one.
Sorry, I know that I don't want me to, I've had too much of my time already tonight. But we did discuss in our board that wishes to have the meetings recorded. And we officially tabled it, but we had quite a discussion about it on the board. And one of the things is that we really, really, really want to be at the fire department for our meetings. Because first and foremost, 4 members of our board are on the fire department. And we actually had a situation this summer where a serious call came in. And the 2 members of the board took the ambulance and responded to the call and helped that person out. And it made a difference. So for the extra time it would take for somebody to leave here, go over there, you know, it could make a huge difference. So our feeling is strongly about being able to be at the fire station for that reason. Plus, if the chief needs information from his office or something that, you know, somebody asks him a question and he needs to go get some information, it's right there. Second of all, if we want to look at a truck or a piece of equipment, unless it's in the south side, but a lot of it's there. So we really strongly would like to be at that. So you would have probably a dollar figure if you were going to make that happen. And so reading the language of the article, to say that we have to be there by a certain date, if that's in the budget cycle this coming year, they might want to think about putting some money in if that has to happen, to put recording equipment in the fire station for us. So that's because we're really pretty serious about that.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think we've exhausted all the questions about the draft warrant.
So you can,
So we're gonna close the public hearing at 10:37? 10:38? And go
Thank
to
you.
the manifest.
thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.
I move we order the treasurer to sign the accounts payables and payroll checks dated January 21st, 2016, as included in the following manifests. Payroll manifest $47,413.96 for weekly payroll, including payroll taxes. Accounts payables manifest of $27,926.48 for the 2016 accounts payables. 2016 accounts payables. Is there anything more than that?
There are 2, there's a.
There's 2, there's a remainder of 15.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
And the accounts payable manifest of $53,412.17 for 2015 accounts payables, for a total of $128,752.61.
Second it.
Any discussion?
I'm sorry, who's second that?
Tricky.
All in favor?
Aye.
I just, is there enough signatures on the manifests?
Yes.
Okay. Then, there's, Beth put these down, this is a voucher for the EMS revolving fund today to move the money. As he had presented earlier, it's like 31,000 something going to the fund. I also have a, which is in both proposed and default, because they're contracts, the R&R contract for the radios. I have the tax map maintenance contract, and I also have the managed care contract for contracts. I also then have a questionnaire that, why did I print it? Oh, yeah, that we have filled out, for the audit that's coming up. I say we, as Beth and I answered the questions that the audit team sent us, and it needs to have at least the chairman of the board to sign the, questions in anticipation of the audit that's coming up in April. So with that, I have these right here.
Those are all for the chair's signature?
Well, if you make the motion to allow the chair to sign the tax map maintenance has 3 sections. The audit letter has one signature.
I move that we instruct the chairman to sign the audit letter.
For
Is
the-
it an audit agreement?
Yeah, it's for the 2015.
Second it.
Any discussion?
The 2015 date should be included.
All in
that.
favor?
That is the
Aye.
Aye.
No, because one of them has 3 signatures. It doesn't make a motion. This
Okay.
one here allows for 3 signatures. The tax map maintenance, so you don't need a motion. I'll send it down the table. It's the engagement letter, I believe, for the audit. Has 3 signatures.
Okay, I move that we instruct the chairman to sign the maintenance agreement with R&R Communication.
I'll second for discussion.
Any discussion?
Yeah, there's already an invoice in the manifest for that before we even,
16s? Is that 16?
January, February, March of 16, it's already got it combined for
Right,
maintenance.
because they, I think it came in December, but the chief can't authorize that.
I understand that, but last I checked, police didn't have a contract. Highway didn't have a contract, they call them as needed, they're already trying to submit a bill that we haven't even signed into yet.
So this one has the 3 departments listed on
That's
this
the
agreement.
contract for all 3 that you put in both. It's in the fire department one.
I understand that, and that's the contract that's coming
Mhm.
forth
Yeah.
to make that happen. But what I'm saying is they're already billing us
What's the date on it?
12/31/15.
So was that right?
12, well,
December 15.
Through January 16.
Through January 16.
No, it doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't be through January 16.
No.
Maintenance begins January 16.
Yeah, so
Ends open.
this is the agreement for starting on January of 2016.
And they've already billed us for the first quarter.
And we've already, yeah, exactly.
Is that what it is? Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Without really saying,
Authorization.
without us saying yes, and it's already got a line item to take it out of the signature. So, I'm not saying it's.
So if we say no, then we have to redo our
Yeah,
our vote on the manifest.
I'm just saying, it's kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
Sure is.
It very much is.
Just what I want the board to be aware of, that's all I mean, not to say that they're trying to pull a fast one, but it's,
Mhm. No,
I
I,
mean, it's
See that earlier, but
It's-
$6,400.
425?
Hmm?
Is it, that's 400?
425 police, 1325 fire, and 372.50 for highway.
So the 21, 23 total.
is a month.
2123 is, yep,
So that's what it
a month.
Yeah, a month.
is. Yeah, that's what this per month.
Yeah.
Per month.
I'm saying that, you know, not to say that,
So,
not to say the numbers are off or anything, but
Mhm.
dates are a little, you know, I
Oh,
guess
that's
they
probably
expect
all
us
my
to sign that
backup.
way before. So they
I
just,
guess
Yeah, it
before
has the
we first
old
met,
one on
we
there.
Yeah.
were saying that we were intending.
So this has
all right.
No,
Huh?
that one has 3 places to sign.
Oh, I see 3 signatures.
So then we,
Kind
so I don't do what I did last week. where
I'll
we
put that
signed
out there as
in
kind
the-
of-
In the wrong place.
I've been told we have, I don't.
Just
see
sign
it,
the
but-
top and I'll fill out the rest because I know you're all signatures.
Any other discussion?
Sorry.
One more question on that. We sign into that, is that's already well and done, that's in the default as well as proposed?
It's a contract, right?
Yeah, it's
Correct, but we moved did we move all those funds from those lines?
Yes, into the fire department. We zeroed, but we gave some back money because of the concern of what if he had a breakdown.
Correct. I understand that actual purchases, equipment purchases was something different, but, I just wanna, like I said, I just wanna make sure that if the default does, you know, we go into default, I just wanna make sure that those funds are appropriated to the right line item, for that right contract. I know that was the intention, but I didn't know if
Yep.
that was
Fair question,
hinging
sure.
on the ballot.
Yes. Scratch, tear. Yes, it's line 686. Ends in 686.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's in both proposed and default.
That's been all moved over to his
And then
to the
Tim,
fire line.
um,
Yeah, Tim should still have an equipment line.
yeah, they both have just an equipment line.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye.
I move that we instruct the chair to sign the 2016 agreement with Spalding Hill Networks for safety net managed services.
Yes.
Second.
Any discussion? Everybody hear the motion? Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Yeah.
Do you want to look at, did you say you did look at or did not look at the Public Works Director's draft of his job description?
I have not.
No, not, no.
Other than scanning it, like.
I read it online, but I didn't see anything that I would change in it.
I mean, I think we, not everybody was here, but we were all part of, or some of us were part of crafting it, because you see there was some corrections about the summary, and then they added the dual reporting organizational under supervisor. So there was some changes made prior to Tim getting here. So this is what Tim was given when we were hiring Tim. Because Tim came in, these were done on 4/8/11, and Tim was hired in the end of April.
Now, does Tim recommend any changes to it?
The only question he had was at the very end of trying to find someone that is water sewer certified. He has spoken to a company, I think, that will represent or take over the water testing and the sewer monitoring until, because Tim wasn't certified either. So when Tim first came along, we did have somebody doing the water tests. We did have somebody taking care of monitoring the sewer.
Yeah.
And then Tim got certified through schooling, and then we've left it in there. But are you going to want to maybe be a little lenient, kind of like we did before? Because this says sewer water certification required. That's his only question, he said.
Do you know how long the study took to get certification? Because we could put something like required within 1 year or higher. If-
Yeah, because it's only offered one time a year, and I don't remember exactly what time of year it was. But there's class work at night, and, you know, like you go to class, and then there's a big test.
And who would
So-
be responsible for that cost of the class, us or them?
I think
We
that's
have
how
a
you want to.
training line for that.
Right,
Okay.
you do. But in the meantime, we'll have to make sure, which Tim assured me that we could probably use them as a backup. Or, because you do have money in there for the sewer salary, you'll call it. The water testing, we could, you know, the water testing is, I can't remember the company, it's right in Henniker
Is
though.
it pump systems? A pump system?
Nah, I can't remember. Anyway, so Tim's only question to answer your question was, do you want to leave water sewer certification required, or you want to leave that as, because it says a minimum requirement? Or are you looking to,
I think we should require it within 1 year.
Yeah,
Why
it's actually
pay
to the,
additional.
it's actually to the benefit of the person,
Right.
because
To
once
go-
they become certified, it's an additional money in their
it's
pocket.
their name,
Right.
yeah. And they're the one that's certified, it's not the town, the individual that's certified.
But if it's
So
a-
that was his only question, so if you guys wanna think about that. You see there's a public hearing for next week regarding the prosecutor's agreement, I sent you guys that.
Yeah, I was gonna announce it under,
Oh, I'm sorry,
under correspondence.
okay. And then I sent you guys out an email as well, Well, I'll just back up to my, you guys got the capital reserve fund balances as of 12/31. The finance committee is meeting on Wednesday night. They're gonna make their recommendations or not make a, recommend or not recommend for deliberative session, which I'm gonna attend that meeting. It's a Wednesday night. And then the next thing we have next week is to finalize the warrant. I am just gonna say, I was lost a little bit in part of Dick's conversation as to what was savings and what was lost. And I will also go over with Beth, because you remember we did all of the payroll and benefits, and I don't know that everything is, I'm just saying, I'm gonna look at it numbers. I'm not saying anything's not covered, but we've had some changes that are gonna, you've got some singles that left, and if you've got budget worst case, I just wanna make sure that,
I don't wanna speak for Dick, but I
Yeah.
think his thought on that was, it's not an actual savings, it's an
Okay.
offset.
okay. I was trying to
And
figure where he was
savings,
saying savings.
It's been
Because he
sold
threw out
as-
dispatch,
it's
he
sold
threw
as a
out,
savings,
yeah.
we're saving this much
Okay.
money by having, when it's really not a saving because we're
savings as such.
offsetting.
Because
Sa-
you're,
I think he wants.
Saves on the increase. In other words, if you look at, for example, the contract that allows raises that carry into the following year, that has to be included in the budget. So you save on the insurance here, but there's an increase over here, so you're right,
It's
it's
an
an offset
offset.
to that,
I think that's what he's trying to say, is instead of calling it a savings,
yeah.
Call it, yeah,
refer to it as an offset.
okay,
And
Oh, so-
the point, I think, is, this is what we spent this year.
yeah,
This is how much less is required to be spent the following year.
right,
We've gobbled that up plus.
Yeah.
And if we were to not count what we've saved,
mm-hmm.
then our spending addition looks bigger. And
That's why.
Okay.
And they've had the same criticisms
just,
of the schools. I mean, it's
I
not-
just need to make sure that we, in the recent weeks, have had some changes of personnel, and I think it was even stated that you have to think about.
Worst case though, because we talked about the hiring and, well, no, not talking about the insurance, but we talked about hiring and the realistic date that we would actually get
Okay.
somebody here. I think we're covered.
Yeah, I just want to double check though. I mean, I just really want to just run those numbers. Nothing may change, but I just want to just let you know that. So back, I didn't mean to hop around. So we'll have to post that for next week. So you'll have a clean one without the words through it. I'll get it out to you to make sure it's as a result of tonight
For the draft warrant.
draft warrant. I'll send it to you.
The article about the shooting range did not say up to on it. I thought that was the.
You can't use an up to. DRA doesn't let you. What happens is if you spend 80,000, that's all that you're taxed for is 80,000.
Okay.
So the intent is, they removed up to. There was another one that had up to. They
Put it into
Into the explanation.
right.
the,
So the warrant article, and then DPW, in order to stay on track, it won't go in this Sunday's paper, because what I would like to do is next week I would like to make an ad for you guys to look at, so that we can have it prepared and ready to put in the paper.
Yeah, it's not gonna have the whole job description.
No, but I just typically we usually hit the highlights, and I just want to make sure,
'Cause
and
the
then.
ad could also lead them to our website that'll have more information.
Right, our website, or I usually use LGC, I use Primex, those are the free ones, but,
No, but I mean,
The-
the ad in the paper can direct them
Oh,
to go
I'm
look at the
sorry,
website
yeah.
for more information.
right,
the job
but I don't
description.
want to do it until we're, this doesn't say draft anymore, I don't want someone to
Mm-hmm.
think if they come in and get a job description that she's gonna change it on me.
Right.
So, and then the primary, Jen said she could work
I can too.
after she gets out of work, what's that, about 4:30?
I get out at 4:30.
Okay, so Jen,
I can work
Unless
all
we
day.
did, then I'll
Yeah,
leave.
I emailed you today,
and you can do
I can open and stay until there's relief.
Keith,
All day.
all day. Jim,
I'm not sure.
you're holding out? Ricky?
Sure, negative. I can't do it.
Okay. I was
Sure,
like-
negative, I can't do it.
Okay. Open till relief. Barring no emergency, I think you wrote to me.
Yeah,
Okay.
Never know what's gonna happen. at
Yeah,
the-
Jim, if you're available at
With
the
what?
evening, just let me know, because
Yeah.
she's gonna start filling spots.
Yeah.
Okay? And,
Can I just,
sure.
I don't mean to, I just wanted to go back to the warrant articles. Are we gonna make any more suggested changes that were?
I'd like to know
Offered
that
tonight.
tonight, if you're gonna do
Such
suggested
as,
changes.
You know, the one on the
So,
CBA.
can I just cut you off? I'm all done with my report.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
That's okay.
Oh, we'll do it under other business.
We were, okay.
Administrative public comment? Okay, no.
I should have let you finish.
Correspondence, we have a public hearing
Next.
on Monday, January 25th at 7:30 for the purpose of hearing public testimony and comment on a municipal prosecutor agreement between the town and Alexander G. Gadzoulis Esquire for the sum of $68,029.24. The agreement appoints a municipal prosecutor to represent the town in cases involving, without limitations, civil causes, violations, misdemeanors, and felonies within the jurisdiction of the Goffstown District Court, unless the jurisdiction over a case is preempted by the Hillsborough County Attorney or Attorney General's Office.
Just to let you know, I'm getting case data.
Thank
I
you.
was just gonna
Yeah,
ask.
I've
that.
asked him for that last week.
Yeah.
Did I need it?
The hearings will be held at the Town Office Building Conference Room, 15 Flanders Memorial Drive in Weare, right here. Next Monday.
Are we doing the Maplewood next? yeah,
Maple, yes, Maplewald is on next week.
Any other
I've
correspondence?
called Maplewood for 50 years.
Okay, other business.
There you go, Jim.
All right, other business. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay.
Um,
R2X.
There was a recommendation about on the CBA to
Yeah.
just clarify that, you know, the contribution of 10% of premiums. And I don't know how everybody else feels about this, but I was thinking that, which is a 3% increase.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would say move from 7 to 10%. You know,
That's fine, too.
it says the same thing, but
Yep.
just for board information, they were the only ones paying 7% this last year. Everybody else was paying 5%. So, you know, they would otherwise be moving from 5 to 10, but we negotiated the 7 in our last contract, which was 9 months ahead of when others took on that.
So is it okay to say, and move from 7% to 10% of the,
And to increase
Premium contribution.
from 7% to 9%, right?
So,
That's what I meant.
Close.
they'll be happy
Been a while.
if it goes out that way.
increase from
We're gonna
contribution
change it,
to
deliver
10%?
it, goes out that way, yeah.
Okay,
I don't know if anybody has any changes on any others, but
Per diem.
per diem, just
adding,
add that
9
it's
months. Yep.
$90,000 for the year.
oh, I was gonna be consistent and say it's for 9 months.
For 9 months.
Or either way.
Representing 9 months.
Yeah, I would say the 9
Represents
months.
9
And I think
months.
the annual 90K a year could go in your
Yeah.
description,
That's fine.
okay? I have a question on the ambulance one for Laura's opinion, and I wanna make sure that it's okay to come out the 3 years of the special revenue. I mean, that's how we did the other one, but
Yeah.
The
I thought
question
that's-
was
We're
asked.
asking
I
for
think that's-
238,
Total.
so
over
we get
3
approval
years.
for the 238 to come
Right.
from that.
well, that's what I just wanna make sure
Yes,
that
yeah.
question was raised.
For
Verify
3
that.
years with a designated fund.
Mm-hmm.
Again, my only thing is if that per diem article does fail, that there needs to be an actual, estimated tax impact.
Sure.
Because, weirder things have happened in Warren.
Yeah, I think we need a line in there that says that if article, whatever the number will be,
Tax impact,
fails, the tax impact would be,
well, if you put estimated,
We
and
had that in there, we took it out.
yeah, we did, but
is it appropriate to put it under, next to the estimated tax impact?
Why did we?
If-
Because it was
Yeah, there was a,
more muddy with it in. Because this is asking separately for a lease.
But if the article on the per diem fails,
There's gonna be a tax.
there will be a tax
impact, right,
Right.
of about 10 cents.
pretty
Ish.
close, yeah. I can ask her how we can phrase that, because we did take it out. I can go back to a further
Yeah.
warrant and put it back in and see what she says.
Yeah, see what,
Yeah, but it says if article, because without the furthermore part,
Yeah,
the article could stand by itself, right? And it's just exactly what it would be if the per diem article failed. It
That's
would
what
be
I'm
to
saying.
raise and appropriate $238,100 for the first year's payment.
yeah, this
For the
wording
purpose of
was
leasing it,
DRA's wording.
And then 83,000 for the first year's payment, period.
Right, because this is what DRA changed it around a little bit
Right.
too.
And the first sentence is clear and it stands alone. And then it says, if the article passes, the money will come out of it.
And if the article passes, it'll be a zero tax impact.
If article per diem passes.
Correct.
If article per diem fails and article ambulance passes, there would be a tax.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's what he's
What-
saying, we
yeah.
gotta, we
Yeah,
gotta.
that's what I wanna add, is what that number
Okay.
would be.
Okay,
that could be
The library staffing hours, that was 9 months.
no, I don't think it was.
No.
Oh, was
No,
it?
because it was
Here?
scattered.
It just represented a block of hours. She can use them however she wishes.
Right,
Okay.
because she's busier in the summer when people are on vacation.
just miscommunication.
Never mind.
I just wrote mostly desk coverage.
But how about her default number on the operating budget?
Well, her and Beth went out there, and then Beth gave me the thumbs up, so I'm not sure.
It's the way it's in here.
Yeah,
So
that's
we
what
don't
I
need to
thought.
change anything.
No,
Change.
yeah, because
because
Beth
you
and I
already
had gone
talked about
over
that.
it,
I
yeah.
Last week.
Give over and talk.
Okay.
We made
So-
that change last week.
So these
So
are,
that
Yeah, I
number
remember you
doesn't
making
actually
that change already.
I'm glad.
How do you feel about on the firing range one, open to Weare residents versus open to public? I don't like that. Open to nobody.
Was I clear on that?
Open to nobody.
he almost said the votes too.
Almost. You almost convinced me.
If he
Tom.
didn't jump at that one, you would have had three.
Nice.
Yeah.
No, I looked at him. I gave him a look.
You wanna change that last line instead of the public to the
Aware residents.
Weare residents?
Yeah,
Or the residents
I
of
think
Weare?
I think it makes, there's a valid point that
To aware residents.
Oh, we're taxpayers.
Well,
No.
someone's a renter.
Yeah, no, exactly. I was thinking the same thing, and I was like, nah.
I think that was it, right?
There's no changes.
And just,
Just,
I think that last one just,
Yeah.
there,
how about
do you
that?
remember that we did get $30,000 for equipment
Yeah.
in the capital reserve? So if there's some additional, something that has to be done at either place.
My thinking was just that. I mean, you're not talking $30,000 to put a recording device and a camera.
You're not talking anything for someone to set their smartphone up on a selfie stick and
Or a
record their
tripod.
meeting.
Tripod and leave it at the table.
Yeah.
Put it on YouTube, that, because that would cover what this is asking, or record for later rebroadcast. I mean, we've got till September 1st
Right, to
Right.
figure
to
it out.
do something, but, I mean, worst case, someone
And we
throws a
just
little
purchased-
tripod with their
we just
smartphone.
purchased-
You can have a video camera on a tripod.
We just
pretty
purchased,
cheap.
2
I know.
tripods as part of that package with the TV. Did you guys see the TV?
I haven't yet, but I
Yeah.
saw the paper.
But if you have something
Came
that's
good.
there so
It came
that
out good.
all the committee has to do is punch a button like we do,
Sure.
then, you know, you don't have that third party running a recorder on a tripod or doing the.
Yeah, the only trouble, I don't know how you're gonna do it, is when there's one down here and one up there. The override, I don't know who would get
Well, it'd have to be
priority.
No, it'd be
broadcast at some
recorded
point.
upstairs for later broadcast.
Okay,
And that's consistent with what the warrant article says.
Right.
And I think the same could be true for the fire awards meetings.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I understand what they're saying, but,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
the truth is that when they had that period of time when they were over here, it straightened out an awful lot in that department by making their meetings
Mm.
public. They passed that crisis, but that's not to say that
down the line.
Any group can
Sure.
get the
Yeah.
same situation.
And
They
I'm
like
surprised
the best
that,
disinfectant.
you know, I don't understand why the finance committee would object at all to having the meetings recorded. I mean,
Why, any committee.
any committee, right?
Actually, I showed the trustees how to do it, and they're at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Like the second Monday of the month or something. And they flip the camera on.
They can do it, you know.
It's like 20 minutes, but still, they did it. Yeah, they did it.
Any other business? Okay, move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
James, you sent your